If everyone will take your seats, we're going to get started here momentarily.
So, would you?
Call this meeting of the Coordinating Board for July 24th, 2014 to order. Welcome everyone. As we begin our meeting today, please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of you and any of us, including some of you in the audience, may be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones and your computers. As most of you know, the position of Secretary to the Board is open. Texas Education Code Section 61.023 requires the board to appoint the Secretary of the Board. I would like to recommend to the Board that David Tesher be appointed as Secretary. Is there any other discussion?
Do you need a motion, Mr. Chairman?
I do need a motion.
So move.
Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. David, you're not here today, but probably watching online, you're our new secretary.
What happens when you miss a meeting?
That's right. Don't miss a meeting. We also have a new board member with us today. Dora Alcala is our newest board member. Dora previously served as a regent with the Texas State University System Board and is the former mayor of the city of Del Rio. She previously worked as a management consultant and motivational speaker for her company, Alcala and Associates, which she formed after her retirement. Dora also served 37 years as a civilian for the Department of Defense, United States Air Force, and worked in the area of human resource management, financial management, education, and equal employment opportunity. Dora has a master's degree in management from Webster University in St. Louis, Missouri. Is that correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of Arts degree cum laude with Sul Ross State University in Alpine, and an Associate of Arts degree from the Southwest Texas Junior College in Uvalde. She is also a graduate of the Air University's Academic Instructor School and later became the director of the Center for Professional Personnel Management and Development for the Air Force at Maxwell Gunter Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. She has numerous recognitions and awards, including being named Distinguished Alumnus by Sul Ross State University, receiving a Public Service Award and the Woman of the Year Award during her service in the Air Force, and receiving the Woman of Distinction Award by the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce. She has also been very active in her community and church, serving in numerous boards and commissions. Please help me in welcoming Dora to our board. Dora, I know the happiest person on our board to have you is Janelle. So she feels that the guys have been beating up on her a little bit, so we're glad to have you. And with your background, I think you'll be able to help out with that. Do you have a few words you'd like to say?
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve on this board and the great state of Texas, especially our student body. Our students need all the help they can get, and I am just so excited. After a long day yesterday starting with my orientation and then our very exciting operations meeting in the afternoon, and ending with a wonderful dinner. I don't know what I'm in for, but I'll tell you what, I am ready. So thank you for the wonderful introduction, and it's so good to be here.
Glad to have you. Also, we do have a new student board member. He's been introduced at our committee meetings, but this is actually his first board meeting. Jerry received a Bachelor of Arts degree in Behavioral Neuroscience with minors in Philosophy and Biology from Purdue University. As an undergraduate student, he served as president of the Purdue Reamer Club, a spirit organization, and driver of the Boilermaker Special, the school's official mascot. Bet that was fun, Jerry. He trained and became nationally certified as a basic emergency medical technician. Jerry is currently a first-year osteopathic medical student at the Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine in Fort Worth. In addition to his role on the coordinating board, he is currently serving as the Honor Code representative for his medical school class. He is a tutor at the Center for Academic Performance and an orientation leader for new students at UNT Health Science Center. He is also a member of Sigma Sigma Phi, the honorary service fraternity for osteopathic students. Jerry is an Eagle Scout, member of the Sons of American Legion, and a mentor through the Big Brothers Big Sisters 2.0 program. Jerry, welcome. You have, wait a minute, come on. Jerry, you have a few words to say to us this morning.
I don't want to take up too much time. Just want to say thank you, and I look forward to serving the students of the state.
Very good. We're glad to have you. The annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference and Star Awards will be held in Austin on November 20th and 21st at the Doubletree Hotel. This year's focus will be on the next long-term higher education plan for Texas and the preliminary recommendations of the Strategic Planning Committee that have been meeting monthly since March. Please look for our Hold the Date announcement and future communications regarding this important conference. Now we'd like to recognize new presidents and chancellors. Although all of them may not be in the audience, we are going to recognize them today. If you are in the audience, we ask that you please stand. Crystal Albrecht, president of Alvin Community College. Guy Bailey, president of UT Rio Grande Valley. Pam, I may get this wrong, Bohm, president of Hill College. Robert Duncan, chancellor of Texas Tech University System. Bill Fannin, interim president of UT Brownsville. Corrine Phaeton, president of Texas Women's University. I think that's also chancellor, isn't it? All right. William Kibler, president of Sul-Ross State University. Cesar Maldonado, chancellor of Houston Community College System. Is that him in the back? All right. Yeah. Vic Morgan, acting president, University of Houston, Victoria. Javidan Rodriguez, interim president of UT Pan American. All right, we'll take note of those that weren't here and put a demerit by their name. But thank you all for coming today. Commissioner, do you have some remarks?
Yes, I do, and I will also keep my remarks brief because we have such a full agenda. I thought I would call attention to various items on the agenda that will command particular attention. Obviously, in a few moments, we will talk about the proposal to allow community colleges to offer baccalaureate degrees. I simply want to say I think you will be impressed by the thoroughness with which this issue has been studied, both by the RAND Corporation that did the report that you've all read, and by the staff at the coordinating board who've evaluated the report and have incorporated or taken into consideration an awful lot of questions and comments that were submitted in relation to the report. We worked very closely with RAND. We've received lots of comments, sometimes vehement or adamant on both sides of the issue, and this is one of those issues where regardless of what the board decides to do. There will be active disagreement, which seems to me that that creates the perfect circumstances to focus on doing the right thing and doing the right thing for students. Our LAR is coming to you today. We've recommended the adoption of 24 exceptional items with a value of approximately $300 million, obviously to provide financial aid to the growing number of poor students. In the past 4 or 5 years alone, the percentage of poor students coming to the K-12 system has gone from 60% to 65%. And those are the students of the future for Texas, and it's essential that we fund those students if we're going to create the quality of life that we want in Texas and create the level of economic competitiveness that we need. We are also going to, we're making recommendations regarding expanding health care, funding research, and we have some recommendations so that the agency itself will be able to reduce security risks and increase productivity. We developed a 10%, a budget with a 10% cut as directed by the government, and we will talk about that. We have some legislative recommendations, sometimes a smaller number than we typically do. We're going to recommend to the board that we focus on outcomes-based funding for universities. We are very concerned about the absence of passing the TRB, tuition revenue bond bill, in the legislature since 2006. And we know that the universities, technical colleges and health-related institutions are badly in need of resources to create new facilities. I think you'll be impressed by the progress that we've made on closing the gaps. We haven't reached all of our goals, but the two most important ones, one we've already reached, the success goal, and the participation goal is within our reach. I'm happy to report, and I just read this document 2 nights ago. There's a new Center for World University Rankings that just came out with its rankings for universities all over the world. And this center claims that it provides the most comprehensive assessment of universities. And there's some good news in this report for Texas universities. For example, UT Austin is now ranked, according to this study, as the 29th best university in the world, the 22nd best in the United States. It's now, according to this report, it's the 7th ranked public university in the United States, following only in order Berkeley, UCLA, the University of California, San Diego, the University of Michigan, the University of Wisconsin, the University of Illinois. That's quite impressive. Southwestern Medical School was highly ranked. MD Anderson Hospital was highly ranked. A&M was ranked the 105th best university in the world and the 56th best in the country. And we had some universities that have shown remarkable progress in a relatively short period of time. For example, UT Dallas, according to this ranking service, is the 67th best university in the United States and the 143rd best university in the world, which is extraordinary given that it's a relatively young institution. The University of Houston ranked the 70th best university in the country. University of Texas San Antonio ranked the 103rd best university in the country, once again another young institution, ahead of distinguished universities like Kentucky, the University of Oregon, Virginia Tech, and the University of Nebraska. And finally, I wanted to point out that we always talk about how our number one priority is the welfare of students in Texas, and it struck me recently that that we talk about students all the time, but we don't hear from them very much. So today we're going to, it took me 10 years to figure this out. At this board meeting, we're going to hear from a panel of students, and I hope that this will become a regular occurrence at board meetings where we'll hear directly from students in terms of what's working from their viewpoint in higher education and what needs improvement. So with that,
Very good.
back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, the second item is for approval of the minutes from the April board meeting and the June board retreat. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes from the April 24th, 2014 board meeting?
Move approval.
Chris, Janelle, any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Also need a motion for the approval of the minutes from the June 26th board retreat.
So second.
John, Bobby, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. However, I want to encourage members to be judicious in adding any items to the consent calendar and to be mindful of any items that may warrant discussion for the benefit of our stakeholders and the general public who are in the audience today or tuning in online. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That gives us the opportunity to discuss it fully later in the meeting. At this time, I would like to remove item 10G of the AOC portion of the meeting. Item 10G is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to proposed amendments to board rules concerning the Texas Be On Time loan program. Dr. Arturo Alonso, Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, will explain. Arturo, do you need? Is there anything we need to know about this? To
Come up.
We have a change to part of the rule that was not adopted by the committee, and I need to explain that this afternoon when we get to that portion. That's why we recommend removal.
All right. Does any board member want to add or remove any other items to the consent calendar? If not, do I hear a motion to approve this consent calendar?
So moved.
Bobby?
Second.
Janelle? With the exception of 10G. All right. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We will now move to agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. As the commissioner prompted us to invite several students to discuss issues pertaining to public higher education in Texas. A panel of 5 student leaders accepted our invitation and will offer their perspectives on critical issues facing students in higher education. The panelists include Anna Sandoval of Texas State University System, Asit Shah, I hope I'm correct, University of Houston, Colton Buckley, Texas A&M University System, Stacy Moreno, Austin Community College, Jacob Wong, Alamo Community College District, and Josh Huckabee, representing Temple College. Welcome to all of you. Glad you're with us this morning. Looks like we have 4 mics and 5 people, so somebody's going to have to do a little sharing. As you present, you need to push the little red button there on your microphone, and it'll be a red dot. So I turn the floor over to you.
And please remember, because we have such a full agenda, keep your comments to 5 minutes. I'll signal to you when you're close to that time limit.
Who's going to begin this morning? All right.
Well, good morning. My name is Anna Sandoval, and I am the student regent for the Texas State University system. I graduated from Sul Ross State University in spring of 2014 with a Bachelor's of Science degree in education, and I'm currently pursuing my master's degree at Sul Ross in public administration with an emphasis in educational leadership. So today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about online education and where we're headed. I'm not exactly sure how to get to the next slide. Over here? Perfect. Okay. So first thing I'd like to start off is looking at just a little bit of a statistic just to show you guys in spring of 2003 where enrollment was at off-campus wise. We were sitting at about 3,000 students. 10 years later, we're looking at about 9,000 students. So we're tripling in size in a period of 10 years. So who's to say where we're going to be in the next 10 years? Now, one issue that we're finding with online education is academic quality. And I've done a lot of research, I've surveyed a lot of students as to how they perceive online classes, and overall it seems to be pretty negative. Students are saying that they feel as though they don't have professor accessibility. They feel as though the courses aren't rigorous, and they feel as though they're not getting the most out of their educational experience through these online classes. And I want to be very clear when I say online classes, I'm meaning both online classes, so if a student has to take anywhere from 2 to 4 online classes during their educational career, and a student whose program is completely online. So I'm including both of those in this. One of the issues that we can face with academic quality is the sizes of online classes. You know, where do we cap the size in an online class? In a traditional setting, we say we can put the size as how many students fit in the room. But in an online setting, where do we set the limit? How much is too much for those online classes? One thing that can improve our academic quality is interaction. When students are able to interact with each other, it creates really meaningful dialogue. And we get that in a classroom, but we need to make sure that that translates over to an online sense as well. And when students have interaction with their professors, that allows them to move through the course easier, they feel more comfortable, and overall it can lead to success for them. One issue that we're also facing is professor accessibility. You know, how do we reach our professors if we're not on campus or they are, or vice versa? So when that happens, we get a lot of issues, and I've seen a couple issues within our system where you have tenured faculty professors who are wanting to teach in a different state and teach all of their classes online, and administration is telling them, no, you need to be there for office hours. So it's causing a lot of conflict between the two groups. But my question is, where are students in all of this? What do students need from their professors? And that's for them to have access to them, for them to be able to go to them during their office hours and communicate with them via appropriate channels. Another thing that can hinder professor accessibility is large class sizes. If you have 50 students in a class and each of them are individually emailing the professor asking different questions, that's going to take a lot of time on them, which can result in an increased wait time for a student to receive a response. Now I want to give you guys a couple ways to enhance academic quality. What can we do to improve this? We could do more interactive discussion boards. Social media is a really big thing right now for people in my generation, and there are tons of discussion boards out there through different interactive programs that we could use to try to make it a little bit more user-friendly to where students feel more comfortable using it. Also, if professors were to record their lectures, that would allow us to emphasize on their tone, their mannerisms, what's most important. You're going to learn more from hearing someone speak to you rather than you simply just reading the text in an online course. And as I said before, there are various programs that are going to provide for further student-to-teacher interaction, and we need to be looking at those. I think we've kind of gotten very comfortable with the systems that we know because they're funded, we've been trained on them, so we're familiar with them. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best online software programs. So by mandating it, that we're reviewing our online software, and we're also giving our faculty the resources, training, and funding, we can look at which programs are going to be best for students learning, because that needs to be the overall goal, is that we're trying to find the best programs that are going to make it easy to be a student. Academic honesty is another big issue that we're facing with online classes, mainly because there's no way to ensure that the student who's enrolled in the class is actually the one doing the work. And I'm aware that universities are working towards this, and a lot of them are working towards using different online examination procedures, things like ProctorU and other examination procedures like that. But the problem with that is that we're already having to pay our distance education fees. On top of that, we're having to pay additional services for these testing sites. So that can be costly to students, and if they're having to pay more, that can be a real deterrence to online education. So one thing that we can do to kind of combat that is to promote academic integrity, create a culture where an academically honest student is the only type of student throughout our entire state. The only option is the academically ethical option. So as a board, these are some ways that I feel you all can help to improve the future of online education. And that's working with faculty and administration to come to solutions about professor access in terms of online courses that will include what's best for the student's learning process. We really need to think of where is it best for our professors to be in order to aid our students in their learning process. And mandating policies that will call for reviews of current systems' online software. So make it a mandatory policy. Every few years you must review your online software that your students are using. See if it is the best possible option for your students' learning process. And then creating a statewide culture of an academic honesty in which students are committed to receiving a degree through integrity and scholarly merits. Lastly, I'd like to leave you with my final goal for online education, and one that I hope to see one day implemented as a statewide initiative, and that's an educational experience in which students are fully connected to both their classmates and professor. The class or program quality is rigorous, and students feel as though they are receiving an academic challenge. A culture of academically honest students has been created in order to combat dishonesty in an online setting. Strong efforts are being made on behalf of both students and faculty to ensure that online learning is regarded as a substantial and legitimate form of higher education. Thank you.
Very good.
Who's next?
Good morning, Texas Higher Education Board. My name is Asset Shaw, and my hometown is Houston, Texas. I'm a junior majoring in supply chain management and finance and minoring in energy and sustainability at the University of Houston Honors College. It is an absolute honor to speak here today. 5 years ago, while I was a sophomore in high school, I could not imagine speaking in front of more than 5 people. Through extracurricular activities like Habitat for Humanity, I've been able to gain confidence in my ability to speak in front of large audiences. Noticing my improvements, a family friend approached me in my senior year to prepare me for something bigger, something I had no real understanding for, the workforce. Today, I will present key challenges that students at the University of Houston face in being competitive professionally and academically for their workforce, through providing examples of student experiences as well as of well-designed approaches towards tackling this issue. According to the fall 2013 University of Houston enrollment statistics, a little over 50% of the 39,540 students enrolled studying disciplines like architecture, business, education, engineering, hotel and restaurant management, law, optometry, pharmacy, and technology. With this many professional students, we ask the question, how well are we preparing our students to be self-starters, game changers, and leaders in the workforce? To answer this question, I first visited Assistant Dean of Career Services, Jamie Boleyn, at the C.T. Bauer College of Business. Professor Boleyn teaches a course entitled Connecting Bauer to Business. When she arrived at Bauer from UT Austin's Graduate Career Services, she noticed that there was a disconnect between what employers expected from students and what students were actually preparing for. She and her team asked employers, what is it that Bauer students don't have? She found that employers felt students at U of H lacked professional soft skill preparation. While business students were technically competent and hardworking, many of them didn't survive interviews, let alone the initial resume screening. To fix this problem, Professor Boleyn created the Connecting Bauer to Business course. The course is designed in cooperation with employers and is required as a part of the pre-business curriculum. With over 700 students taking this course each semester, the course has become the largest class in the university. The curriculum includes lessons on resume writing, how to conquer soft skills, time management, and a corporate ethics project to allow undecided majors more exposure. Recent alumni host panel discussions on their experiences in their respective fields. Now you might ask, isn't this class size just a bit too big? To make the course smaller, students join a corporate project or ethics project consisting of 8 people. Ms. Boleyn's team recruits corporations and nonprofits in the community and abroad to create a mini but serious project and great learning experience for teamwork and management skills. The project grade is assessed by the corporate sponsor, and I assure you there's a lot of people who both pass and fail, but it's a great learning experience so that before they walk out into the real world, they have failed, and then they can learn from that then. On our conference call with the commissioner, we were encouraged to find remedies and solutions for problems that Texas faces in higher education. Well, the course's most recent survey course's most recent surveys of 1,644 students that took it, these were the results. 91% of the students agree or strongly agree that they were better prepared for business. 90% of the students responded that this class helped them better understand the resources that are available at U of H and Bauer. 88% strongly agree that they feel prepared about which major they wanted to pursue. 94% of the students agreed or strongly agreed that they were informed about the career options available to them in business after taking this course. 90% agreed that they were more informed in how to prepare for interviews and what was expected of them as a result of the class. And 91% strongly agreed that the class helped them improve their resume. 86% of the students were juniors and sophomores, and 63% were transfer students. 51% were already employed, and 92% admitted that they hoped to pursue an internship while they were at U of H. But the most shocking number was that 28% were first in their family to pursue college. Dean Boleyn pointed out one key question: how do we expect students who might have grown up in a family without a formal education to have learned these type of soft skills? The truth is, we can't expect that. These skills are taught, and you aren't born with them. And like with so many things in higher education, our institution simply does not seem to have the luxury to consider allocating time, our most valuable resource, towards something so simple as this. The team designed a similar course for non-business students, but the course only is able to service 100 to 200 students. There's another 13,000 professional students that don't take this type of training, regardless of what this might mean. This might mean the difference between a good employee and the best employee. Especially as we push more students to pursue STEM fields, we should consider in innovative ways, summer camps, online courses, intrusive advising, tailored public speaking lessons to help students be more proficient in the soft skills. A college degree is worth only what we make of it. A classmate of mine studied chemical engineering and chemistry and was on the Dean List every semester while she was at U of H. But come her junior year, she did not know how to write a resume or to master the interview. Her goal, I know that other students are in our system and statewide face this hurdle. When we all know that a high GPA and a good school aren't always enough to make the difference between a good employee and a leader, why don't we make sure that on the state's part, we have provided the necessary tools for students to become successful leaders in their endeavors? Thank you very much.
Very good. Jacob, you want to go ahead?
Yes, sir. My name is Jacob Wong. I'm representing the Alamo College of San Antonio, Texas. I am currently going to San Antonio College. I am a sophomore in psychology. I would like to address two issues. If I get past the first one, I can address the second one. Universities take the top 10 to 15% of graduating high school students, and the community colleges take the other 85 to 90%. In that initial measure alone, goals of the universities compared to that of the community colleges are vastly different. Universities meet the goals of graduating to degree programs, while community colleges are meeting a much more diverse number of goals, which include associate degree programs, transfer and 2+2 agreements, continuing education, certificate, professional and technical programs, and dual credit high school programs. We even have many dual-enrolled university students who are taking a transferable course that they find more affordable. We also offer remedial education to help students reach college-level requirements. Community colleges are doing what the high schools didn't do and what the universities won't do. Community colleges are meeting the needs of new business and industry by using partnerships to bring prosperity to local communities and the state. Community colleges fill the infrastructure of the community within which they are located. The community college is open to all who enroll, and we are doing everything for everybody all the time. More students are attending community colleges than universities currently. 78% of four-year graduates have already passed through a community college system at some time. Yet, through all that we do, the metrics do not measure even half of those things that we are committed to succeed in and our students are committed to. Community colleges are meeting a vast majority of the needs with a minority of the available budget. In our own internal metrics, for a full-time, first-time in college, 3-year tracking for Alamo colleges, 9% graduate, and that is measuring the associate's degree. But 14% successfully transfer to in-state universities. 21% are still enrolled because sometimes life gets in the way and we are sometimes, or most of the time, part-time students. and 26% have left in good standing for whatever reason that may be, but they are still in good standing with the college. That 70% that are successfully in or through the system at the community college. This disparity needs to be addressed and reassessed to provide more equitable share of the funding to community colleges for every service they are providing. That was my first issue. My second is I would like to put my support behind the bachelor degree programs to be offered by community colleges. We have the capacity and we have the capability. I can tell you right now, San Antonio College's nursing program has a very good facility. It actually works as a hospital in the event of a disaster in San Antonio. It can be turned on and flipped immediately. That is a state-of-the-art facility that we are currently passing 2-year nursing students through. But the problem is, my mother is a vice president of nursing for a hospital in San Antonio. They are doing away with hiring 2-year nurses. The requirement will be 4-year nurses only. And right now, we can't even meet the need of the state for healthcare professionals. We need to open it up because there is a bottleneck occurring. We have the capacity, we have the facility, and we wouldn't be competing because there's just too much need for us to have those services. And that's just one of the programs on one of our campuses. We have 3 programs on our San Antonio College campus that are ready to expand with the professors and the facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Colton.
Well, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you for allowing me to be with you today. My name is Colton Buckley. I'm the student regent for the Texas A&M University System. I'm a junior at Tarleton State University. My major is Agriculture Services and Development with a minor in Political Science and a concentration in agriculture industries and agencies. There's a few things that I'd like to talk about today, one being transparency, advising, judicial affairs, and state-mandated set-aside programs. With transparency, as we know, the legislature moved forward in the last session and made it where we had comprehensive fees and a fixed rate tuition moving forward with public universities. And we understand with these comprehensive fees how it's an ease of access, of total cost for students and parents. Rather than having a line item budget, you have one grouping of this is the money you're going to pay for all the student fees with the exception of rec fees and other line item fees. I would advocate, and students have advocated, and I've worked with student body presidents within my system and across the state along with those university presidents. At the end of the year, when we have this fine line of what these student fees are going to be, advocate for a transparency report so we can see where this money actually is. I'm in the mindset, and many students are in the mindset after this being enacted and it being approached on our campuses, that attending higher education and footing that bill should be like going to the grocery store. When you buy eggs, bacon, and bread, when you walk out of the store, you've got a receipt that shows line item of what you're paying and where that's going to go. And the issue with the comprehensive fees is we're not going to see that. So the way it's set now, there's no report that's going to be released by university presidents or by systems or chancellor or members of the board, et cetera, to address this. And I think this is an issue we need to address because students with higher tuition costs, higher cost of living costs, higher education costs, not only across Texas but from coast to coast in this country, I think we should be able to see a clear line of where our money's going. On advisors, like we've talked about, we need students who are ready when they graduate from a 4-year degree to get into the workforce. We have an issue with advisors that are not skilled in courses and programs that they're advising. I know this from personal experience and with several friends across different public university and private universities in the state of Texas that deal with an issue that freshmen and sophomores go into an advising center to be advised in arithmetic or business or agriculture or fine arts, that have an advisor that's putting them in courses that they're not getting what they want out of that, and that goes back to our quantity over quality. Then you have other departments like a political science department or something of the sort that advocates that you go directly to their department to be advised, and that clear divisiveness confuses students and puts students in classes which they're paying for, they're taking loans paying for, they're getting loans from this board or from the federal government, or their parents are help footing the bill. And then at the end of the day, when they get into junior or senior year, getting to their 4th year to graduate with their bachelor degree, they've got to stay an extra semester and make up courses because they took courses that an advisor their freshman year advocated for them to take but don't actually fit in their degree program. As we know, when it comes to judicial affairs, Texas is growing. We've got 1,500 folks moving into this great state every day. And we have to address that with the students that come here and join our higher education league. A report came out from the Federal Education Department, I believe May 5th of this year, that 55 universities across the nation have opened investigations with Title IX. As we understand, the White House Task Force has been addressed to assemble some of these concerns and see what the issue is. 2 of the 55 are in the state of Texas. One of them was a public university, one is a private. When we grow our students, we need to make sure that that judicial affairs office is growing as well, because I'm in the line sight, as I'm sure everyone on this board with student leaders are. Never should a student in Texas be concerned that anything dealing with judicial affairs, that their university does not have the appropriate resources to address it and address it in a timely manner. Never should a student feel that their schools doesn't have the manpower, doesn't have the necessary resources. And I've talked with many judicial affairs offices in my own system, and this is a serious issue they're having from a student and a faculty perspective, is that we're gaining and having momentum with our number of students, yet we lack the appropriate judicial affairs employees and officers to deal with concerns that happen on their university system. The last point I want to touch, and I'll likely run out of time. I could talk about this all day, as many of us could.
No, you can't.
Yeah, is that state mandated set aside programs, as we know, and it's become a clear issue with an outcry of students in many facilities, is House Bill 3015, which was passed in 2003. It deregulated tuition and takes a certain part of every student's tuition to put into a state program. And y'all manage one. It's the Be on Time, the Texas Be on Time plan. The issue with this, and I understand the compassion for it. I really do. But the issue we're facing as students is, as we move forward in higher education with higher costs, a report came out in 2009 that basically said from 2003 to 2000 to current time that our tuition increased by over 80% within the A&M system. And if you look at a student at Texas A&M University main campus in College Station, for every $21,000 that they pay, $3,000 of that goes into a plan to help someone else pay for their higher education. And I understand the capacity of that, and it puzzles me to have a state government that says Texas is about limited government, yet you want to get in the business to force me to help pay for somebody else's higher education. And I understand the compassion for it, but I mean, the fact of the matter is, for every $21,000 that I pay in tuition, $3,000 that goes to somebody else. And I'm sure, like other members of this board, I mean, I'm 19 years old. I've had type 1 diabetes since 1999. I grew up in a torn household. I go to school. I take 15 hours a semester. I'm now the student regent for the Texas A&M University system, on top of working a full-time job, so I can afford health insurance. So not only do I pay for my own tuition and take loans out for this, and pay for housing costs, food costs, insurance costs, being an adult on top of going to classes at the same time, and I'm having to take out another loan to cover what's costing my tuition to help pay for somebody else. And I think that's absurd, and I think it's an extreme grievance, especially as this percentage rate of what's being given out is not, it doesn't have a flat top roof to it. It's going to expand as the percentage of our tuition expands. Now, we all know that's not going to go away. HB 3015 is here to stay, but at least what we could do is have a report come out at the end of the year that shows how much money was taken statewide, because we see that, and then allocated to see how much of that money was allocated to at-need students here in the state of Texas. And the question I have, and looking at the numbers, and I don't have them with me, but I can supply them to the board, is so much money is taken in these programs for at-risk students here in the state of Texas, but not all of it's allocated. So if not all the funds are allocated and that bank account at the end of the year is empty, why can we not divvy that up and return it back to the students it was taken from? Thank you.
Thank you. Josh?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Joshua Huckabee, and I'm a cell biology major, and I'm representing Temple College. I'd like to talk with you all about the challenges non-traditional students in community college face, and the importance of student support services. First, I'd like to define the term non-traditional student as I will be using it today. Non-traditional students are those who do not immediately enter college after high school. They often come from families of lower income. Their parents did not pursue higher education. Consequently, many of these students leave high school and enter the workforce just as their parents did, and they do not seek higher education until later in life and on their own terms. They do not have parents to push them into a university, and they often do not have the same support system as your typical 18 to 21-year-old walking onto a college campus for their first time. These are often students with families. They may be single parents, and many of them work part-time or full-time to accommodate their financial needs. These non-traditional students constitute a large portion of the student body at community colleges. I am a non-traditional student. I dropped out of high school when I was 16 years old and entered the workforce. I worked as a machinist until 2008 when the economic problems forced me out of a job, and I decided to enter college, enrolled at Temple College thinking I was going to become a nurse. But during my first semester, I met an instructor who helped me guide me towards my real passion in life, which is biology. From there, I started doing research with one of the faculty members who was doing a dissertation on dragonflies at Baylor University. Quickly thereafter, I became first student at TC to present at the Texas Academy of Science annual meeting, and the only TC student present at the Entomological Society of America's national meeting. I received a undergraduate student research grant a few years later and got my first publication in the oldest peer-reviewed entomological journal when I graduated from TC in 2012. I'm currently a student at the University of Mary Hardin Baylor finishing my BS, but I'm also still taking classes at Temple College because it's, frankly, a bit cheaper. Now, the reason I want to give you a little bit of backstory, there's a lot of people in these colleges at TC and in other community colleges just like me. Although we have student support services, there's still a lot of need that can be met. First, I think that there should be separate or maybe an additional orientation for non-traditional students walking into the community college for the first time. A lot of them don't know about any of the online resources that they can use off campus. Many of us work full-time or part-time, as I said. And I've personally taught a lot of fellow students how to use the online library databases. Either they didn't know it was there or they didn't know how to use it efficiently. Another big issue, I hadn't studied in 10 years, and I didn't really study much in high school, to be honest. And that's the same issue that a lot of other non-traditional students have. I think maybe an orientation like that could maybe help them develop good study habits, especially while raising a family or working full-time. Furthermore, I think that it would be beneficial if non-traditional students had someone advising that possibly they could relate with and is sensitive to the needs and challenges of non-traditional students so that they can set their course schedules accordingly. And I also believe there should be more direct tutoring opportunities made available. At TC, we have have a writing lab, an anatomy and physiology tutoring lab, and a math lab. And that's available to everyone. We have a few others for special needs, but I've worked in all three of these. And unfortunately, the hours don't accommodate the needs of many of the students due to limited budgets. We can only keep them open certain hours, and some people work later evenings. Another thing, we're not covering courses that some people need help with. Finally, I think there needs to be quick turnaround financial support. A small problem like a car that won't start or a hiccup in child care can make or break a non-traditional student semester. At TC, we have what we call Leopard Loans through the Temple College Foundation. It was started by someone in our community, and it can provide small immediate loans whenever a student's faced a financial crisis. Now, I'm very aware that this is just Temple College, but maybe this needs to be more available at more other community colleges. So in the short time we have allotted for these presentations, I can't provide solution to the many challenges that non-traditional students face. However, I'd like the board to be aware that these challenges are present and need to be addressed. I'd like the board to take a position on the needs of non-traditional students and develop statewide policy to ensure the success of students like me. It is understandable that many community colleges will not have the same needs or funding, but if you can set expectations and policy, perhaps a greater success rate among these students will follow. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Josh. Stacy, you're up.
Hello. My name is Stacy Moldeno. I'm with the Austin Community College. I am a radio, television, and film major, and I'm going to be going to the University of Texas Pan American, which will now be the RGV, the Rio Grande Valley, 5 hours south of here, to pursue my bachelor's in film. I'm here today to talk a little bit about textbook prices and how they've increased faster than tuition, healthcare, housing, and inflation. Really quickly, the University of Michigan, an economics professor by the name of Mark J. Perry, they did a study and saw that tuition has increased 559% in the last 30 years. Textbook prices are up 812%. The Consumer Price Index has raised nearly 250% since 1978. Everyone's still trying to figure out why the book prices have increased so much. In community college especially, textbooks can cost more than the price of living, tuition, all that stuff. So normally what folks are having to do is rent or look for ebooks and stuff like that. Some of the reasons that the publishing companies are driving prices up is because they're bundling supplemental materials and textbooks, CD-ROMs that expire so students have to buy new ones, access codes to websites that expire so students have to buy new ones, student guides and workbooks that are recommended and by the universities that are shrink-wrapped, that are required with reading. So in addition to being having to buy books, we're subject to having to spend money on required workbooks or study guides that are going to help us figure out what the textbook is actually saying. In order to drive up the prices, publishing companies, they issue new material of this, new editions of the same material. Bruce Hildebrand, I don't know how to say it, the executive director of the higher education at the Association of American Publishers, say that the high education costs are rising and that students will eventually acquire tens of thousands of dollars in student debt. He points out that the textbooks are a small part of that, but from the statistics I just gave you, it seems like the textbooks are more than what they're... I mean, it's just a bigger problem, than people are giving it credit for. And I noticed that politically, people are afraid to touch this issue. And it's just not fair because who's really paying for this? It's the students, it's the government. The financial aid and the folks that are in need. And you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a big cycle. I mean, do you guys see that there's possibly a problem with the books?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So, Nicole Allen, who is an affordable textbook advocate, says that there's no excuse for a calculus book to be $250. The differential equations haven't changed since 1960. But they are charging ever increasing prices for same information. And the textbook companies are actually saying that it is because of plagiarism, but a lot of the nonprofit organizations are running out of money who are trying to help students provide these textbooks. So to me, it seems like a cycle of money. It's like, okay, the government pays, let's charge more money, or students are paying, let's charge more money for books. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense. Luckily, with the contributions of foundations such as Bill and Melinda Gates, William and Flora Hewlett, 20 Million Minds and Maxfield Foundations, we are fighting back. The students have created an initiative called the Students for Textbook Fairness Initiative. And luckily, thanks to my friend Jessica Dahl, who created this initiative, who is now unfortunately can't be here because she's serving for the country. She is, I'm not sure what her statute is, but she is in the military. She did a lot of the work for this. She single-handedly went to different colleges, Texas State, UT, I can't think of the one off Old Torfin 35, St. Edwards. My brother went there. He's going to kill me. But she single-handedly went through and is giving all the information for this, and I thought that this would be a very good opportunity to share, you know, some things and some of the concerns that the students have about this. Some of the solutions that we offer are students can buy used within 2 editions of the latest edition, because the information doesn't really change. It's mostly the pictures. They can check the internet. Literature stories can be Googled and downloaded. They can buy ebooks if they plan on keeping the text. And teachers and departments have an opportunity because they can help by changing lesson plans, or I'm sorry, being open to changing lesson plans, where maybe they can create, you know, they have one book, which I've had professors do, and go in and create some type of packet or some type of informational, saving the entire class hundreds of dollars from having to buy a book that the professor already has. They can check for black and white copies through the publishing company, look into using open source solutions, and in case the core classes look for books that contain material of 2 or more required classes, such as English 1 and 1 and 2, Spanish 1 through 4. I think that the ability to have one book for Spanish for all 4 years is a great idea. Why don't we do that for the biochemistry and the, you know, calculus and other stuff like that? I do want to point out that the The Austin Community College is a part of the OpenStax, which currently partners with 212 academic institutions. And we've been doing, the Austin Community College has, since December 2012, agreed to use OpenStax for physics books for 1401 and 1402. So, I mean, there is potential, and there are lots of solutions for this problem, and, you know, the students want to see something done. I mean, it's been years, and it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. And I think that it's time to make a change and stop taking money out of the students' pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions, comments? Dora?
Well, first of all, let me tell you that I was so excited when I learned that we were going to have the students here, because I served on the Board of Regents for the Texas State University system, and one of the things that I always looked forward to at every one of our meetings was the interaction with the students. And let me tell you, I could identify with each and every one of you on your presentation. Josh, first of all, I was a non-traditional student. That's where how I got my education. So I'm right there with you. And I will tell you, Anna, that I never, while I was a student, took a class online. I'm a people person. I don't think I could have done it, because I would have gone and knocked on the door of the professor, and you know, I need that eye contact. So I just want to say thank you. I think that we're headed in the right direction, Commissioner, with having our students here at our level. Thank you so much.
Chairman.
Bobby?
I just want to say to each of you, thank you for the thoughtful input that you brought forward today. I mean, I want to echo what Doris said. Each one of you brought an issue that has a lot of relevancy and a lot of things that we as a coordinating board appreciate and will be thinking about. I mean, these are the kind of things that I think that the role of the coordinating board is to listen and to understand what are the challenges, what are the things that we as a coordinating board can do to make it better for students. And so I really appreciate the thoughtfulness. Each one of your subjects really resonated as an important topic that needs to be considered. So I really appreciate your time and your thoughtful input to us. Appreciate it.
Raymond, thank you so much. This has been very good. I want to say that, Anna, thank you for your presentation. I am one of those students who does a lot of online. 15 years ago, I'm hearing I tried to take some courses online 15 years ago. The costs were just so high, added cost. I thought, well, this should be cheaper. I'm not using their air conditioning. This should be cheaper, but all of those added costs. But I will say there are experts in the field, and I do think this is what we need to do, is make sure that everybody is doing the best practices, that the people who really shine with online learning have learned those lessons, and there are other options out there right now. And then I was a non-traditional student, obviously, but Colton, I agree with you. I appreciate your bringing out some really important problems that we have in the state, and you need to testify during the next legislative session. I really feel strongly about that. And thank you all for being here. I hope, I kind of wish I had everybody's statements written down. If you want to give us copies, I'd love that.
Raymond?
Well, I'd like to thank the students for your presentations, your thoughtful presentations. Let me respond very quickly to the comments that all of you made. I know we're aware of some of the limitations of online courses. I think institutions are aware as well. I think there's a greater and greater movement to try to incorporate some of the face-to-face interaction you talked about. As you know, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that the best way to do online courses is in a blended format where you do have occasional, maybe once a week meetings with the faculty member teaching the course, either through a chat room or some other method. But I think institutions recognize that human interaction is essential to the teaching learning process for a lot of people. I can tell you that we are working on developing what we're calling a marketable skills across a curriculum approach in higher education to make sure that when students graduate with a degree, whatever it is, whether it's in a field like marketing or a field like philosophy, that students know how to write a resume, that they know how to articulate their marketable skills. They're able to present themselves and why they're worthy of being employed at a particular company. But we're aware that students sometimes feel at sea when they go look for a job after they finish a degree. So we're working on that. Jacob, we certainly understand the importance of community colleges. We're going to talk about their role today. But I can tell you, we talk about community colleges all the time as being really the linchpin in the whole educational system from K to 16. And we know that they have a very difficult mission because they are open admission students and they're open admission institutions, and they're committed to helping anybody who wants some sort of post-secondary credential. Colton, I agree with Ms. Shepard's point of view that you should testify. You should, assuming that Dan Patrick is Lieutenant Governor, I think you can be certain that he's going to take a look at tuition set-asides. He's told me that himself. I think if he's not elected Lieutenant Governor, I think you'll find your local state representative, your local state senator, very interested in your concerns. So I agree that testifying is something you should volunteer to do, and I think you'll find that the state legislators will take you up on that. Josh, we're always working on getting to the point where non-traditional students are in fact the most common students. We're still adjusting to that, but there's not an institution in Texas whether a community college or a university that isn't trying to address this issue. So I see improvements every year. We're not where we need to be, but we're getting closer. In terms of, Stacy, you presented a lot of solutions to the problems you described, how students are working together to find solutions. The only thing I would add to what you said, I think one of the missing pieces in an overall comprehensive approach is faculty need to be more aware of the cost of the textbooks that they order for their classes. And they need to think about, instead of ordering 3 or 4 textbooks for a particular class, use one textbook that gives a sense of coherence to the class, and then let students learn about a given topic through open source materials and so forth. But once again, it's a problem that every institution is aware of and is working on. And you're right, there's real concern about publishers and about making certain that they take student interests and student finances into consideration as they set prices for their books.
So, what are the capabilities of trying to muster up a Students for Textbook Fairness Act, creating a ceiling to keep publishing companies from going any higher, or setting some type of regulation?
I suggest that you work through the student group, and that once we know who the chair of the Senate Committee on Higher Education is and the chair of the House Committee on Higher Education is, that you go talk to those people and ask them to support your bill or even file it themselves. That's the way government works. You've got to be an activist, and you've got to call these issues to the attention of the political leaders.
Members, any other comments? Jerry?
I just wanted to say thank you for coming today, taking time from your schedules, not only to be here, but to also present. And I just wanted to say all the issues that you brought up, we are aware of them and working on them on their behalf, and on your behalf. And I just wanted to say that if there's anything else that ever comes up, that you can feel free to contact me either through our website, online. Please send me an email about any issues. Even if you want to talk more about these issues, I'm very willing to sit down and talk with you whenever. All right?
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You can keep the name tags as a parting gift from the coordinating board. Right. The next item on the agenda is recognition of excellence. The recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our faculty and administrators and institutional programs around our state. As part of the coordinating board's College Access Challenge Grant program, the University of Houston is one of 8 institutions that receive funding to implement a comprehensive student success program to improve student achievement in gateway undergraduate courses by providing interventions to increase the course success and completion rates. This program has shown a 22% increase in completions by at-risk students in the same course in the first semester of intervention. Donna Pattison, instructional professor and assistant chair of undergraduate affairs; Anna Medrano, assistant professor of biology; Ann Cheek, assistant professor of biology from the University of Houston, will make a presentation on comprehensive student success in STEM. Did I miss someone?
Nope. My name is Mal Ashley. I'm a program director here at P16. So
okay,
I'm
very good.
Fortunate working with these ladies. Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Well, thank you for having us here today and allowing us a few minutes to share our program with you. The director of the project is Dan Wells. He was the primary investigator. He wasn't able to join us today.
So this is the team that were involved in the developing and implementing the program, and this is the faculty and staff involved. But some of the implementations that were made to the program include field trips, lab tours, and bio lunches. And as you can see, over half of the department volunteered their time for this program implementation. Well, this is just a picture of one of our classrooms, and our comprehensive student success program, of course, the goal is to improve student success in our large introductory biology courses, and our enrollments go from 170 to 530 students per section. So this is just the auditorium in which we can fit 535 students.
When we designed the program, thank you. When we designed the program, we took the let's throw everything we possibly can at it approach, and then assess each element and see where we're getting the biggest bang for our time. Elements of the program involved training and development. We have a faculty workshop series where we focus on pedagogy and teaching techniques. We also developed a peer mentor pedagogy workshops series. This was for our undergraduate teaching assistants that we brought into the program. We did mandatory prereq checks for all students and enforced them. We developed enhanced lecture hall curriculum. We had scaffolded homework sets, field trips. And for targeted students, what we were looking at is moving the students who fail that first exam, who score below a 70%. If you look at what their success rates are in the course, less than half of them typically make it through the course if they fail that first exam. So we designated them as our target group. Those students were required to attend mandatory advising with a faculty member where we discussed how to approach the course, study skills. They were allowed a retake on exam 1. And they were also required to attend recitations. So recitations became mandatory for the target set of students, but all students in the course were allowed to attend a recitation and take advantage of the program. Great. Course impact. Our first semester, we had one control section and one implementation section. So in the implementation section, we had 522 students. In the spring semester for Intro Bio 2, we had 380 students in that implementation. We scaled up in the second year of the program. We have 4 sections, 4 large lecture sections of this course. So 3 became implementation sections, and we maintained 1 control section. So we targeted 799 students in the fall and 952 in the spring. We will do the final scale up of this program entering the fall 2014-2015 academic year, and our estimated impact will be 2,533 students. There will be no control sections. They will all be implementation. In the lecture hall, we wanted to make it a more active, engaging place for students. We wanted to increase student interaction. So we designed some videos and animations. We took advantage of some of what is already available. And then Dr. Wells actually designed his own James Watson Live from Cold Spring Harbor to teach DNA material. We developed a number of models and demonstrations. The idea was to make some of the more complex concepts in biology more clear, and in the process of doing these models and demonstrations to teach study skills. How do you think about biology? How do you approach studying for this course? How do you deal with all this information? We taught concept mapping as a study skill through the large lecture halls. We did some review games, Jeopardy style, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader type things, which you'd be amazed how into it college students actually get. And all our instructors used clickers, one to track attendance and get students in the classroom and attending class. We used Think, Pair, Share to get students talking to each other in class. We did some case studies in class to help develop critical thinking skills. And then in the second year of the program, we began pairing our clicker questions with these models and demonstrations so that, it's not just the students that are at the front of the room assisting with the models and demonstrations. Everybody in the lecture hall is involved in actively participating in those things in some way, shape, or form. Our recitation sessions are 1-hour sessions once a week. We offer a number of them for each each lecture class. They have a choice of times to attend. They accommodate between 24 to 30 students at a time, but we run them in a small group format, so students work in teams of 4 to complete curriculum that we specifically designed for the course. So there's nothing to prepare ahead, but it's not a repeat of lecture, and our undergraduate teaching assistants are not behaving as mini lecturers. They're coming in and they're implementing active curriculum that the students need to work through.
So I'm going to talk to you about how we evaluated the different aspects of our program to figure out what was working. Because as you saw, this is a lot of work, and we wanted to figure out what was helping the students the most. So we had 2 ways that we assessed the program. The first is student performance, and I will show you some data on that. So this, I'm showing examples, but the same sort of change occurred each semester of our program. So in red, you see a professor teaching a section of introductory biology and the grade distribution at the end of the semester before the program began. And then in blue, you see data from the same professor teaching the same course, but with these changes added, where we have more active learning going on in the lecture hall. Recitation has been implemented, all of those different aspects of the program, the advising. And you see a shift, fewer D's and F's and more C's and B's, after making these changes in the lecture hall and adding recitation, advising, etc. And this is where the number came from that you looked at before implementing this program. More than half of students who did not do well on the first exam or who failed the first exam did not complete the course successfully. After adding this program, we're taking at least half of those students and moving them into the passing ranks. That's one section. So what this is designed to do, I want you to focus on those fall 2011, spring 2012 numbers first. That's the first column. So this is before our program began. That is the failure rate in these 2 introductory biology courses. It's in the upper 30s. After starting this program, so those are the second and third columns, the 2012-2013 year is in the middle. We're down in the low 20s for the failure rate. And that's consistent across the 2 academic years of this program. It made a big difference for our students being able to pass. So this is at the whole course level. We also evaluated each of the different aspects of our intervention with a multiple regression analysis to figure out which of our interventions were having the strongest impact. So one of those that we particularly wanted to emphasize is the recitations. This is where we used undergraduate peer mentors who are trained to lead those small group weekly sessions with students who have the option to participate if they've done well on the first exam. If they didn't do well, then they had to participate. And so what we want you to see here in red, those are the students who were required to attend recitation. This is an example from a single semester, but every semester's data looks like this. The better the participation in recitation, the better the student's final outcome in the course, numerically. The black line is showing you a much shallower slope, but the same thing is true for all students. This is a program that helps everybody, regardless of how well they're doing. If you're doing well, you're going to do even better. If you're not doing well, we're going to be able to move you forward so that you can really grasp the material. The second way that we assessed this program was to look at perceptions. So this is more looking at how people in the program, the faculty, the peer mentors, and the students feel about the things that are happening in the course. So we're going to start in this slide with the faculty and the peer mentors. And these are attitudes of the people leading the course about our ability to motivate students. And because of our participation in faculty development workshops and peer mentor workshops, what you're seeing there is a change in a positive direction after we've had these workshops to train us to implement these activities. We had more of a sense that we could impact the students in a positive manner. There is something we can do differently to help them. And then finally, we also wanted to know how the students, our guinea pigs, are feeling about how helpful these different things that we did in class were to them. So this is showing you 2 semesters from the first year of the program. And what I want to point out to you is that numbers greater than 3 mean that the students felt that this particular activity had more than a neutral impact. It was having a positive impact on them. So I want to focus on the top 2 things in both semesters as far as the students were concerned. They found it very helpful that they had this little automatic response device, the clicker, and that they were asked throughout the lecture every single time to stop and think about the material. Sometimes it was just a quick review question. Often it was a question where they had to think through an answer and then discuss with their peers next to them and then answer again after they'd had a chance to work out an answer. So it really was focused on developing critical thinking, and they indicated that that helped them. And the second most helpful thing was these demonstrations from their perspective. So they were worth the effort. And I'm going to pass that back.
So we're using assessment to inform future practice. The recitations, they worked very well. The feedback from the students was very, very positive. We also did focus groups to get some informal feedback, and students were very enthusiastic about the program for the most part. We are implementing recitations in more courses in the department now. We've added graduate TAs to the biochemistry lectures and the genetics lectures for similar programming. We're hoping to develop specific curriculum for those programs in the future. We're encouraging use of more active engagement activities and more large lecture courses as we go along, so more of our professors are adopting clickers, and there's far more conversations happening about how to do active engagement in the lecture hall. So this program has really it's provided an opportunity to open up dialogue among faculty on teaching. We're encouraging the development of homework sets for more courses. So scaffolded learning. Students come to us in advising and they want to know, we tell students on the first day of class, if it's a 3-credit class, you need to be studying 6 to 9 hours a week. And they look at us, well, I read my notes and I read the book, and what the heck else am I supposed to be doing with all those other hours? They honestly don't know. They need some direction that needs to be taught from the lecture hall from the beginning. And professors providing scaffolded homework sets is a way to help them fill out that time and use their study time wisely. So, for example, biochemistry will be adopting a scaffolded set. They've always had homework. They're moving to an online system of homework so that there can be grading and accountability for doing homework in the future. Lab tours for major courses will continue, so our faculty volunteer to have students come visit them in the labs. This has been very useful in getting freshmen involved in research from the first year. Research shows that if you get them in the lab from the very beginning, they're much more likely to stay in STEM majors and complete their degrees in the sciences. We've had a number of our freshman students join labs during this program. We're scaling up our faculty development workshops from the department to the college level, so all the departments in the College of Natural Science and Math, so it'll be math, physics, chemistry, what else do we have? Earth science. Everybody in our college will be part of the faculty development workshop going forward. And then funding for future work is going to be through the Howard Hughes Medical Institute grant. The university recently received a $1.5 million grant. It will cover us for the next 5 years. Dr. Bonnie Dunbar in the UH STEM Center is the PI for that. And then Dr. Dan Wells is a co-PI. He was the PI on this grant, so we have continuity between programs as we transition. Assessment will transfer from Dr. Kathy Horn to Dr. Jacqueline Hawkins over in the College of Education, but the assessment methods will be very similar to this particular program. We'll be implementing recitations in physics, chemistry, and math, similar to what we're doing in biology. And the other departments will also be adding clickers to their lecture sessions if they aren't already doing that. In addition, we're going to build some career videos to encourage students to enter STEM from the beginning. So they'll be used for recruitment into the college, rolled out at the high school level as well. And also, we're planning to use those with our own majors so that students really see how the degrees will be useful in their careers. Why are you taking this course? Why do I need to know this? We're going to bring in alumni to talk about, yes, biochemistry class is important and you will use it for X, Y, and Z. And we will also have summer bridge programs to help transition students from the community college level into the 4-year university programs. Thank you. Any questions?
There's questions.
and I may have missed this, but the whole clicker thing just sounds really fascinating. Could you give me a little bit more depth of exactly how that happens? And I mean, is this during the lecture and then the data comes up where everyone can see it? I mean, could you just give me a little bit more, walk me through that a little bit?
Sure. We use the clickers, as mentioned earlier, not just to take attendance, but to assess how students are doing and to give us an idea as a professor if the students are understanding the material. So usually clicker questions come up unannounced in class, but when we're preparing class, we know where the clicker questions come, right? But it's a very good way to keep students awake and engaged. You're falling asleep, huh? A question comes up now. So we do have this think, pair, share issue happening more commonly than not, because the questions that we ask are critical thinking type of questions. So application of concept, evaluation, and so forth, analysis of data and stuff. So we bring up the question, and it is part of the PowerPoint presentation that we do in class, and students have their clickers. So we have a receiver that's connected to our computer and gets the information in. So we can look at the results, at the polling results, and at that moment decide that the answers are all over the place, they didn't really get this concept, so we're going to repoll and allow them to discuss this concept with their peers. And the theory behind is that the person that has the right answer will more easily convince the other person of it than the other way around. So we allow them about a minute or two of discussion, and then we allow them to submit their answers again. And most of the time it works. The second time around, when we get the polling results, we get the most of the class towards the right answer. So.
Well, I just find that to be a wonderful tool and innovative, and one that, well, you know, I look at the engagement piece that has everybody locked in on what's going on.
Yes.
So I really think that's wonderful, and I hope that that's the type of tool that can be utilized in a variety of different ways across the board.
So particularly when the question didn't really go through, or when the concept didn't really go through, and even the second time around the students didn't get the right answer, it gives us the time, the knowledge that we have to go back and revisit that concept in class. We usually do that right then and there, and in the next class period, ask a question about it just to make sure that they really got it.
And it also changes the dynamic of that giant classroom so that students are interacting with each other, and that you as the faculty member are interacting with the whole class instead of just the front row that would have answered those questions if they were only posed orally.
We needed that when we took college biology. I had one comment or one question actually, and I don't know if you can go. It was the final grade distribution of students.
Yes.
Where you had it looked to me, I guess the W is withdrawals.
Yes.
And that increased after you instituted. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct?
So if I'm remembering that, it's this slide right
yes.
here, right? So that for that professor, it was looking like it was around 6%, and maybe people went to about 8%. That's for that semester.
It would just seem to me that it would be the other way around.
Well, you know, it's interesting. For most semesters, it's been flat. So our kind of average is about 5%, and it doesn't necessarily differ between our implementation and control sections, even when those are not the same faculty member. One thing that could happen is that maybe students realize, all right, there's all these extra things that are happening in this class, and I've still not done well on the second test. I better just get out.
Okay.
I don't know, but there is certain amount of variation. It tends to stick around 5%, regardless of which section the students are in.
And to some extent, the students that are in that below 70% cohort are coming in to talk to us for advising. And one of the things we talk about extensively in advising is how are you using your time? So for a lot of our students that fall in that below 70% cohort, it's not lack of talent or ability, it's lack of time, because they are non-traditional students and they are working 20 to 40 40 hours a week and trying to be a full-time student, because what they're hearing is, I have to graduate in 4 years. And that's not really practical if you're working in the 20 to 40 hour time range. It's difficult to be successful as a student. They can get the class, but they don't have the time to study. So some of the advising piece, I think some of those W's result from having a heart-to-heart with students and talking about what is reasonable for you to do and how are you going to be successful. And maybe this semester taking this many courses isn't a good idea. It'd be better to take that W than to take the F on the transcript. So I think, especially on this semester, what you're seeing in the W's is the result of advising.
Okay. Raymond?
Let me, first of all, congratulate you on the work. And once again, it's something we talk about here frequently at the coordinating board, and that is we do know how to help students. We do know how to help students in difficult fields. We do know how to help non-traditional students if we assign a high priority to those kinds of activities. Let me ask a sensitive question. I noticed that two of you are assistant professors. You've already acknowledged that the work that you've done on this project has been intense. How are your senior colleagues in your department feeling about this work, and what have they said about how this is going to affect tenure decisions? We know that this kind of work is not always respected as it should be.
So we have to clarify something. Both of us are instructional assistant professors. Neither one of us is tenure track. But our senior colleagues are in the faculty workshops with us. So that's for everybody, instructional faculty and tenure track faculty. And we've had participation from all levels of faculty. So that's part of what has, I don't know, I feel like this work is valued by the whole department because of that chance to interact together in those faculty development workshops.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, congratulations on a wonderful program, and thank you very much. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the next agenda item is item number 6. This section is matters relating to the full board. It includes negotiated rulemaking and any other items that did not go before a committee. Agenda item 6A is public testimony on items relating to the full board. At this time, we do not have any registered public testimony, so we'll move on. Senate Bill 215 requires the board to engage in negotiated rulemaking on certain matters. Negotiated rulemaking is a consensus-based process to help agencies develop rules in collaboration with stakeholders who have shared interests. Item 6B is consideration of adopting the Negotiated Rulemaking Committee's recommendation relating to the new Chapter 6, Subchapter I, Section 6.175 through 6.184 of Board Rules concerning resident physician expansion grant program. It's HB 2550, 83rd Legislature regular session. Stacy Silverman will provide an overview. Stacy here?
She's here, but she didn't know.
Did you know you were going to provide? Hey, look, I'm just going off the script here now.
Thank you, and I appreciate your patience with me as I provide you this overview. Negotiated rulemaking for the resident physician expansion program occurred in a one-day meeting with institutional representatives from many of the medical schools and interested parties and many of the residency programs. One of the interesting things is that we will be hopefully publishing a request for applications tomorrow based on the rules that you all will be reviewing. You are reviewing right now. So for the resident physician expansion program, this effort is actually one to go out to communities and ask them to look around, work with residency programs, and create new and innovative models for creating new primary care residency positions at existing programs or creating brand new programs. So we hope that the rules that will be in effect will help us to do that.
Very good. All right. Any questions? Yes.
So move.
John, motion. Bobby, second. All those any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Don't leave. Next is item C, consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation relating to the new Chapter 6, Subchapter J, Section 6.2 through 6.208 of Board Rules concerning Primary Care Innovation Program. Stacy?
Thank you. This negotiated rulemaking process occurred also in the spring through a one-day meeting with representatives from the medical schools and other interested parties as well. This program is particularly interesting because it will provide funding to the existing medical schools to do new and innovative projects to encourage students to enter primary care residency programs. So we're looking forward to seeing what the schools come up with and hope to, again, publish that RFA very, very soon.
Questions? Motion by Janelle, second by Chris. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item D, consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation relating to the amendment of Chapter 4, Subchapter C, Section 4.54 of Board Rules concerning the Texas Success Initiative and as required by HB 5. Kristen, good morning. Could you give us an overview?
Yes, this was a negotiated rulemaking with representatives from K-12, community colleges, technical colleges, and universities in response to statutory changes brought about by House Bill 5. A college prep course in math and English was put forward in House Bill 5, successful completion of which would allow students to be exempt from the Texas Success Initiative. It was also mandated that the commissioner set the period for this exemption, as well as consider if that exemption would apply elsewhere at other colleges, because the college prep course is designed in collaboration between a higher ed institution and a school district. The negotiated rulemaking committee made the decision to recommend a one-year exemption and that the exemption only apply at the partnering institution.
Questions? I have a motion from Janelle. Chris, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Let's see. Thank you, Kristen. Next is item E, consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation relating to the amendments to Chapter 4, Subchapter C, Section 4.53, 54, 58, and 4.59 of the Board Rules concerning the Texas Success Initiative to reflect developmental education reform efforts. Suzanne Morales, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you give us an overview, please?
Sure. We all know that one of the biggest obstacles to post-secondary persistence and completion is the mathematics requirement. In response, many institutions have implemented or are preparing to implement a mathematics pathway model for underprepared students, whereby the remediation is based on the student's academic and degree or career path. The result is that institutions are better targeting the type of intervention to meet the student's needs and are accelerating them to college credit math and ultimately completions. Based on feedback from institutions implementing such models, we convened a negotiated rulemaking committee to address possible amendments to existing rules that will better support implementation of such a model. The committee unanimously agreed that 4 areas of the rules should be considered for possible amendment. You have those 4 areas in your packet, the information regarding those areas. We also received 8 comments, and you have those in your packet as well. The committee unanimously agreed that the responses to the comments and also that no changes to the proposed amendments were needed.
Questions?
So move.
John made the motion. Janelle second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Suzanne. Next is item F, consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation to the board relating to the proposed amendments to Chapter 17, subchapters A through L of board rules relating to facilities. That's Senate Bill 215, 83rd Legislature's regular session. Susan?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine. Could you give us an overview?
Yes. For those who have been on the board, you have seen in the past where we are bringing for review the information on the facilities. Basically, what these negotiated rulemaking, which it went over a 2-day period, not a 1-day period like the others, we were able to work out a compromise with the institutions to where it sets out that we still collect all the information that we need. However, we don't do the approval, we do the review. It cleans up a lot of the delegation of authority since we're not approving, so that's why you'll see it affects so many of the different chapters for 17.
Was there any discussion of deferred maintenance?
Yes. There was quite a bit of discussion on deferred maintenance. Now, the institutions do have to continue reporting their deferred maintenance to the Board of Regents. And what we will do is when they report it to their Board of Regents annually, then we will also get a copy of that.
Okay.
So that we will have the information on deferred maintenance.
Very good. Any questions?
Move to approve.
Bobby move to approve. Is there a second? Chris? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Susan. The next item is G. Due to a clerical error, item G will be taken off the agenda. The caption does not correspond to the agenda material. Therefore, this item will be taken up at the October board meeting. Item H. Last item in this section, consideration of adopting the board's operating policies and procedures. Members, while the agency itself has policies and procedures relating to ethics and conflict of interest, with some of those provisions extending to board members, the board itself does not have a comprehensive code of conduct. This document outlines the board's general powers and duties, establishes procedural rules governing the board, apprises board members of the standards of conflict of interest provisions applicable to our conduct, and provides protocols that define how board members communicate with the media, elected officials, institutional representatives, and students. Linda, any comments? Bill? If there are any comments, Chris?
I'll make a general comment on this. Last month, we got an email document which was kind of an operating procedures, and I actually had requested that not only did we go back and clean that up a little bit, but that we make it a formal action item. So I'm the person noted in the report, but I think it's important. I've never served on a board that I'm aware of that didn't have this in place. I think it's helpful, and so I was really the one that asked for it. But my reason for stating all this is I really appreciate the work that our team has done here to really make this a great document. They took it back and they really did research, and I appreciate it because when I first saw it, it was very well done.
Any other comments, John?
I concur with Mr. Huckabee about the usefulness of this, and I appreciate that the draft represents a lot of work. Mr. Chairman, I read it over. I think that I could help. I do see some things that need to be improved in it, and I'm just wondering if we. Just a thought, and you all may overrule me, but I'd like to defer this to the next meeting to give some of us the opportunity to provide more input. Just for example, if you'd like me to give some examples, but on page 2, under Roman numeral 2, the board, it talks about the duties and responsibilities of the board, and I realized that comparing that with the statute, that actually tracks section 61.028. By the way, who did this? Who prepared this?
Linda and Bill.
Okay, good. But it's interesting that when they're talking about the duties of the board, it does not mention in those 5 items there maybe the most important thing that we do, and that's to hire and fire and evaluate the commissioner. That's not included in there. So that's a substantive thing that I think needs to be changed. At the bottom of page 5, I just had some experience with filing a personal financial statement. I may be wrong about this, but it mentions newly appointed individuals must file a financial statement within 45 days of taking office. I think it's 30 days.
30
It is
30 days is correct, because I just received, since I was just appointed, a letter stating that I must file my financial statement within 30 days. So, John, you're correct.
And Ms. Battles and Mr. France, I'm sure you work on something like this. I'm sure you welcome this kind of input. Another thing I was looking through it is that there's sort of an inconsistency on how we refer to our chair. In the statute, I think it still refers to the chairman, but it's fine. I think it's probably a good idea to call it a chair. But in certain places we say chair, in other places presiding officer. In other places, there's even one more term that comes up, presiding chair. So, and I don't mean to be critical. These are, whenever I'm doing something, I always welcome a lot of input. Another thing that I was looking at, we have policies about the minutes. And Mr. France, I think it would be helpful, and we've talked about this. There's a procedure to go through with executive sessions. And so we're really not, although we're addressing minutes and of regular meetings, we're not addressing minutes. What we decided to do is the certified agenda. And just for example, I know it's in the statute that there's a period of time that you have to maintain certified agendas, 2 years, and then you destroy them. And so these types of things could be implemented in that. So I'm just mentioning them at this meeting to think, unless Chris, you feel like we have to do it today, I think I could be very helpful.
I think Janelle is...
I think I make a motion that we send it back to Operations Committee for a full review and discussion, and then let it come from
those comments, if you would get those to Chris,
right,
then we can institute
and just
those.
to emphasize, I'm absolutely not being critical. I appreciate the work that
needs to be right.
Yeah, I just don't want to adopt it, and then we have to go back through and start changing things as we find out things.
I had an opportunity to discuss it before this.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
All right. Any further discussion? Not. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Okay, Chris, back in your camp.
Thank you.
All right, next agenda item is number 7, matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Bobby Jenkins. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Before we get started, I just want to say, obviously, we had a lot of activity in this committee over the last several months, and I do want to say thank you to staff. I want to say thank you to the committee members and to the board and to all of the folks out there giving input. This is, we've got a couple of topics here that we'll be discussing. We've had a lot of input and kind of from both sides of the fence, so to speak, but all of that input has been greatly appreciated, and it's all been taken and to help come up with what we hope will be a good decision. Agenda item 7B is public testimony on items relating to the Committee on Affordability and Accountability and Planning. This item is going to be taken out of order, and we will actually hear the testimony with agenda item 7D. So we'll come back to the public testimony. Agenda item 7C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to adopt the Rand Community Colleges Baccalaureate Study, which addresses the regional workforce needs of the state, to determine regions of the state that would benefit from the authorization of baccalaureate degree programs in the fields of nursing and applied science at public community colleges. Senate Bill 414, 83rd Texas Legislature, regular session. Charles Goldman from the Rand Corporation will be available to answer any questions of the board. Charles, and let me say this also, Charles, you've had a chance to be working on this a great bit, and once again to you, I offer my thanks and gratitude for a lot of good work, and we appreciate your continued involvement in this. So this item is acceptance of the report to be sent over to the legislature. It is not a vote on the actual recommendation. So we're just voting on accepting the report that was done by the Rand Corporation. So at this time, I'll open up for questions and discussion of the board.
Mr. Goldman, your report, am I correct, does not contain recommendations. Is that?
That is correct.
Right. And that was your charge, just to put out the options.
That's right. We analyzed the policy options that are in front of the board and the legislature, and you'll shortly hear from the coordinating board staff on the commissioner's recommendations that follow from our analysis.
How much did you charge us for this?
This study and the study on matching workforce needs to Texas higher education planning, which you will hear from me about in September, together had a combined budget of $450,000.
Good. Well, just to move it forward, I'll move that we. And what would be the proper way to accept that we accept the report?
We accept the report.
That we accept the report.
So I have a motion to accept the report. Is there a second? Chris, second. So any other conversation or discussion about that or anything about the report in that context?
If I'm understanding correctly, this was the charge from the legislature to us. So this is accomplishing exactly what we've been asked for, and I do think we've spent a lot of time on it. I think you've done a very good job, and I appreciate the content of your report.
This is actually the report that will be submitted to the legislature.
Yes.
It's due August 5th?
August 1st.
August 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
And in the context of your question, Mr. Steen, I wanted to point out that we received a grant from the Houston Endowment. We've received two grants, actually, to pay for policy development. And we used funds from the Houston Endowment grant to pay for this study, which was precisely the purpose of the grant. So that's where the resources came from.
And Mr. Goldman, I'll echo what Mr. Huckabee said, and it's an outstanding report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all very much. It's been really a pleasure and an honor to work with you, and I look forward to seeing you in September to talk about the workforce planning model that we've also developed.
Look forward to that. We have a motion and second. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you very much. All right, so now we'll go to item 7D, which is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to authorization of baccalaureate degree programs at public community colleges, Senate Bill 414, 83rd Texas Legislature, regular session. Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability, and Rex Peoples, Assistant Commissioner, Workforce, Academic Affairs and Research, will present a summary of the comments and recommendations provided under separate cover. And so we'll go ahead and do that now. Thank you, Susan and Rex.
Mr. Jenkins, while they're getting set up, just to clarify, so there is an item here for public testimony?
Yes.
And do we have people that are going to testify on this issue?
Yes, after this.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I meant to say that we were going to have this part first, and then we'll have the comment, and then we'll have board discussion.
Okay. At your place, you should all have a goldenrod, which includes both a summary, and it was also sent out, I believe, through email, a summary of all of the comments that we received, along with all the actual comments that we received. So we want to make sure that you've seen that. As you talked about earlier with agenda item C, the legislation actually calls for two things. It calls for a study, and then it also calls for recommendations for legislative actions. We broke those apart to have Rand do the study, and then staff take all the comments and the information from the study to provide the recommendations to the board moving forward. And so that's the part that I'm going to go over at this point. Or Rex and I will be going over at this point. The staff recommendations are based on these guided principles that you've seen before, and you had input into. We want to make sure that students have multiple pathways. Texas has never been a one-size-fits-all, and as you heard from the students earlier, we have a lot of different types of students here. And we want to make sure that we serve all of those students in whatever way is going to be best. We also have economic constraints, so we want to make sure that we're utilizing the resources efficiently. And we need to expand the workforce needs. We've got a lot of workforce needs in the state. As you keep hearing more and more companies moving into Texas, we want to make sure that we do that. But we also have to understand that there are constraints. We have faculty shortages in many areas. And so we wanted to take all of that into consideration. Our recommendations are that certain community colleges that meet the criteria as laid out have an opportunity to apply for new applied baccalaureate degrees in applied science and nursing programs. And we have to first demonstrate that there's a workforce need for those programs. That the legislation should direct the coordinating board to work with TWC, institutions, local workforce boards to select 3 to 5 disciplines in applied science. We want to study them. We want to make sure there is a workforce need in those areas before we start having bachelor's degrees in those areas. And then for those 3 current institutions, community colleges that offer applied baccalaureate degrees, that they have a cap of 5. They can only go up to 5, that we remove that cap of 5 for those institutions. We want to make sure that we go through and we make sure that the institutions that are going to be offering applied baccalaureate meet all the same criteria for the bachelor's degrees at a university. We want to make sure that there's not a duplication of programs and that there are faculty available and the workforce needed as we talked about. And that they also build upon having a successful Associate of Applied Science program. So we want to make sure that they're doing what they're currently able to do very well before we start, adding a bachelor's on top of that. And then we have some community colleges. In the 90s, there was a new statute put in place that required for a new community college to be formed, they had to have property valuation of $2.5 billion. We currently have some community colleges that were grandfathered in at that time that still do not reach that property valuation. And that was put in place so that those institutions to make sure that they are fiscally sound institutions. And we don't believe that if they are not fiscally sound enough to become a community college at this point, they probably should not be offering bachelor's degree, that would probably take away too much from their current mission.
One of the comments that was received is that we make sure that any new baccalaureate degrees are also judged by pretty much the same standards that we judge current proposals for baccalaureate degrees by. And so these next 2 slides just give you a little brief overview of the kinds of criteria and the kinds of things that we already look at in determining whether new baccalaureate programs should be approved or not. And in a lot of ways, one of the most important, of course, is job market need. And I think, as the Commissioner pointed out at the last meeting, we are heavily engaged in trying to determine what that is, and the RAND study that you'll hear about in September is geared toward also helping us identify the workforce need, but to make sure that there really is a job market need for these, and that there's also student demand, that students are interested in these programs, and that if their resources are devoted to them, that these programs will be viable, and that they'll have enrollment and hopefully eventually graduates as well. And so we also look in that context with enrollment projections to see how many students do institutions predict will actually sign up for these programs, and then which is a way of looking at their viability both in the short term and over the long run. And of course, one of the most important factors that we also review is their curriculum. Do they have a curriculum that is appropriate to the program itself? And lastly, faculty. Do they have the core faculty that they need to support the program? If they don't, do they have a plan for going forward to get that faculty in the coming years as that program grows? And are those faculty going to be also sufficient to meet both coordinating board requirements and the accrediting standards, both either the regional body through SACS or in particular programs who have their own national accrediting bodies? Do they meet those as well? Library sources, do those meet the standards of the accrediting bodies? And again, that could be either a regional accrediting through SACS or through national accrediting bodies. And again, one of the most important issues that particularly faces applied baccalaureates quite often is the issue of facilities and equipment, since they may need space to operate in and can sometimes need lots of equipment or very expensive equipment to operate. So do they have the capacity and the ability to meet those needs as well? And that's really covered in this idea that they can also demonstrate to us how they're going to cover those incremental costs of operating the program over the next 5 years. And then they cannot consider formula funding since it's really not available to them in the first 2 years until after they've gotten some enrollment and gone through a base year. And then that the institution itself has a regular program review process to also judge the quality and effectiveness of those programs. So those are the kind of criteria that we already look at and that we will be applying to any new proposals for baccalaureate programs.
Now we're going to go into some information on each of the specific areas. And the first one is the comments that we received on the nursing program. Obviously, some of the ones that we covered, which are the faculty and the clinical shortage areas, issues that we have, and also program quality. The one change that we've made to the recommendation from the prior one was that we've added a requirement that programs going forward for the nursing programs that they be accredited nationally through either the CCNE, which is the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, or there's a ACEN. Ms. Shepard probably knows a lot more about this than I do, which is the Accreditation Commission for Education in Nursing. So those are two of the national accreditors that we want institutions to be accredited by. And so now I'm going to go over and these are non-legislative recommendations because these are things that we can put in place through the coordinating board review process. So I wanted to make that very clear that these don't have to be part of the legislative recommendation. So obviously we need to look at, the resources, faculty, and clinical space. That's a big one for nursing. So those would be the two things. And then have a ADN program that's in good standing and authorize only the RN to BSN programs, not the full straight to a BSN, and start with a limited number for those areas where there's a really high need and different geographical areas where the need is the highest. As far as quality, we would recommend that the criteria be set at they must be in the 70% nursing graduation rate, and then maintain an 80% pass rate on the NCLEX, and then, as I said, build upon the accreditation, have that national accreditation. We also have some universities that don't have national accreditation, and what we are going to do is recommend that those seek national accreditation at the same time. We feel like we should have the same quality throughout. And so that would be another part of the recommendation moving forward. Are there any questions about the nursing part?
So how many university programs don't have that accreditation, and what's going to be the status of that? I mean, because it says must.
Well, and part of it is that the community colleges that will be moving forward, because they are already building on an RN program, they have graduates, they have that sort of thing, so they're in there. Because we don't have the ability to shut down programs, we are going to strongly recommend that the university seek accreditation. And I don't know how many don't have it at this point. I think it's a handful of them.
But we're not talking about a brand new program at a community college that would be a BSN.
Correct.
It's already a community college that's offering an RN program that's expanding that to a BSN.
Correct.
Isn't the BSN going to be required in the future by employers?
Most hospitals are moving to, and that's large hospitals, but that's not the only place that RNs have jobs.
Right.
But I particularly like this suggestion or this recommendation because what it allows is a nurse to go get a job while they're finishing their bachelor's. And this is a student population that needs jobs. And so it's
we need nurses too.
Well, we need nurses, you're right. But the ability to go out and start working as a nurse while I'm finishing my bachelor's is really valuable to the community. And a lot of these community colleges are in regional areas where hospitals just need nurses. They're not saying bachelor's. It's really in your big metroplex areas that you're seeing large hospitals and large systems say they are only hiring bachelor nurses. And so I really appreciate this recommendation. My other, I don't see it written here, but we would actually say to the community college, do you have a four-year university that's willing to partner with you to do this? Because a lot of them have already done that. They have on campus, a state university that's brought to their community college campus that bachelor program already. So that would be actually sought first, right, or not?
Yes, and that's kind of assumed in that first little bullet point under that looks at capacity. And so part of the discussion that we've had internally is to make sure that current programs are being utilized to capacity. And for us, that would also include the notion of partnerships and looking at whether those things are also being fully utilized.
So that helps us with the faculty issue, and that's what I really feel is the huge burden of all of this. Until we have the capacity for the faculty expanded, it really is it's worrisome across the state that I feel like community colleges are going to struggle to get enough faculty to do the programs on their own. So we have to really expand the programs we've got so that we can, or think about really giving more back for the salaries for faculty for nursing programs. It's going to have to be something that instigates more faculty. So Raymond may have that all figured out, but I don't.
Of course he does.
Okay, then we'll move on to the applied science. And here are some of the comments that we received for the applied science, and I think Charles has something to say.
I just wanted to answer the question because I had the data on my laptop about the nursing accreditation. So there are only all the public universities in Texas have nursing accreditation except for two programs that were founded relatively recently. So I don't think you should infer that they don't want to have accreditation. They may just not be up to that stage yet. Okay. And there are a few privates that don't, but I'm guessing you don't have a lot of leverage to motivate them.
All out of leverage on that one.
Yeah, it's helpful.
So before we move on, if I'm understanding in a geographical area, if there's a community college and a university that already has a BSN program, the vast majority of them are going to work together. Would you suspect? Was that
so here's really the I think the beauty of this plan is it puts the pressure on the universities to step up.
Right.
And that's what we've needed all along. It puts the pressure on them because if they don't step up and create these partnerships, they're going to lose students to a baccalaureate program that's at a community college.
Okay. But it's also something we would review if in a geographical area, if there were 2 universities offering a BSN within however many miles, then we would look maybe with the jaundiced eye about a BSN, RN to BSN at a community college.
Yes, sir. We would look at the capacity of those universities to, are they already full? Can they expand what they're already doing? So yes, we would look at that.
And as a part of our normal review process, if any institution is going to start a new program, whether it's an AD, an associate degree or a bachelor's degree, any new program, they must notify all of the institutions within a 50-mile radius or 50 miles
or a 1-hour commute.
So that we would receive the comments back at that time also. So
Yes,
that's built into all of our review programs anyway.
Yeah.
A 1-hour commute here may
That's right.
maybe 5-7 miles.
It's about 20 miles. Oops, going the wrong way.
Well, it gives a whole new meaning to just down the road.
Wrong way.
I just wanted to call the attention that Susan's mentioned it, but to remind you with the first, go back to the principles that the Commissioner insisted on. The second bullet encompasses everything you talked about. And I just thought it was important to underline that the current programs are being fully utilized and that partnerships, articulation agreements, and distance learning options have been fully explored. I just wanted that's where this whole thing started. And I wanted to make sure that you went by that very quickly, but I didn't want to emphasize that.
Okay. Now we'll talk about the applied science degrees. We have a couple that talked about duplication with online programs, and we do understand that that is an option for many students. However, there are students that online is, as we heard earlier, online doesn't work for some students. It works very well for others and doesn't work for some, so we want to make sure that we're incorporating that. It will be taken into account when we look at the existing programs and we talk about duplication. There are also some programs that lend themselves to online and some that don't. If there's hands-on labs that are required, some of them just are not going to be very well served through an online program. The other comments were increased costs to taxpayer and students. And my understanding of what they meant from that was when they talked about those increased costs, they're talking about basically funding 2 programs. And I think that's where maybe in what we sent out originally, they didn't understand that we were talking about partnerships as one of the first things to look at. And so I think that may have been a little not as clear as it should have been when we sent that out. Then we had one that reduced flexibility to address local needs, and that one was actually comments that came from some community colleges, and they were questioning the need for us to study 3 to 5 baccalaureate workforce areas each biennium, that they wanted to have a more flexible schedule in which they could come forward at any time given a workforce need. If they had an employer that came to them and said, okay, I want you to offer this bachelor's degrees, that they wanted to be able to bring it forward at that time. We think that those institutions should make sure that they're involved in the selection process and work with the stakeholders to make sure that those are the ones coming forward. I don't see, and I don't believe that we see that offering a bachelor's degree, it's somewhat of an expensive proposition, and you don't want to go up and down and up and down. Certificate programs, it's much easier to start them up and scale them back down. So we still think that the 3 to 5 areas per biennium is a reasonable request or reasonable action. There was also some confusion about what is included in applied science. Now, here are some of the broad categories for applied science. We did get comments about, well, we don't think community colleges should be offering engineering programs. Engineering was never on the table. Universities will see an engineering program as an applied field. Community colleges, it's a definitional difference. And so this is really the areas that we're talking about here. It's not the engineering that we're talking about. Again, one of the legislative recommendations is to select 3 to 5 disciplines to study, make sure there is a workforce need, getting input from the community colleges and the Community College Stakeholder, Community and Technical College Leadership Council, so that I get the actual name right. And again, then we'll go into the non-legislative recommendations. We're going to include stakeholders in the process, work with RAND. You heard Charles talk about the workforce methodology that they're developing, and so we will implement that along with working with TWC and industry reps in different regions. What we would recommend would be based on whether there was a need at all in that area, whether there was a local or regional need, or whether there was a statewide need. So it would have to vary depending on the workforce need. That goes back to using those resources efficiently. We don't want everybody coming up with a bachelor's program when we only probably need 1 or 2. Because of all the differences in applied science, we'd have to make sure that if there is a licensure, that they would have an acceptable licensure pass rate. Some programs don't in applied fields. Make sure they have the qualified faculty. Startup costs would have to be covered. And for those institutions that do not currently offer a bachelor's degree, they would have to go through a SACS level change, which goes from a level 1 to a level 2. So from the regional accreditor, that is about $500,000 to $750,000 proposition. So there are some serious startup costs for those that are not currently offering a bachelor's. And so that would be over and above just the normal program startup cost. So that would all have to be taken into account by the institution and by the coordinating board as we review those programs. And then the 50-mile radius, getting invite comments from the institutions. One of the things that we talked about is the cost, and the cost to the students. You heard a little bit about that today from the students themselves. Currently, the 3 institutions that offer upper level, bachelor's degrees, they charge anywhere from $30 to $60 per semester credit hour over what they charge for lower division courses, so for their freshmen and sophomores. I picked 3 institutions here for on the university side that offer those BAT or BAAS degrees, those degree completion programs, and what their fees are. Now you have to understand, for the universities, they charge that same amount from freshman all the way through senior, so their undergraduate charges are the same. These upper level hours are only for those hours associated with the bachelor's program. So I think for Midland it was 48 hours. I can't remember. Anyway, but so it's not even for the whole, 120-hour program. So it does reduce the cost to the students, and so that is one of the considerations that we've had. Next steps, and this goes with y'all recommended, then you have to go through the legislative process. So we've got a lot of steps still, this whole thing. There are some institutions, the 3 institutions, that are already allowed to offer bachelor's degrees. And from the RAND study, we found that there is a need in fire science, a statewide need, probably for an online program in fire science, computer and information technology. The nursing, none of the current 3 would be able to offer a BSN at this point, because the legislation is very specific that they can offer BATs. So that would have to wait till legislation was changed. Then we have the science and technology management. Those were things that the 3 current institutions could come forward and decide, depending on the recommendation here, they could move forward with those new programs in those areas. And then we would work with the council to determine what would be the next disciplines to be studied. and then obviously do the workforce needs analysis and all of that. Here are some recommendations that came out of the RAND study that we should work on regardless of legislation. These are things that do not require legislation. One of the things that RAND found was that there was a lot of confusion about what is a BAAS versus a BAT versus a BAS. And so what we were proposing is that the coordinating board would work with institutions and lay out some very clear guidelines about what is meant by each of them. Because there was a lot of confusion in the industry, and institutions were calling one thing a BAS and one thing a BAAS, but it's the same program. So we think we ought to get those clarifications done. Look a little bit more on faculty shortage areas. I think there are quite a few community colleges from the comments that we received where they are trying to grow their own. They've got faculty in process to get those PhDs to address that faculty nursing shortage. And that's an important thing, to look around and study what is going on out there to help alleviate some of that shortage. Workforce need, work with institutions to determine what are we looking for. So if they want to come to us with, okay, we have this local need, what are we expecting to see? It's not a letter from one company saying, I need 5 new people. I don't know that starting a bachelor's degree for 5 new people is really very efficient. And then again, looking at the duplication issue. So those are things that we need to clarify on the coordinating board and working with the institutions that we should do whether legislation passes or not. So, are there any questions?
All right, so what we'll do, members, is if you have some questions right now specifically, we can address those. Then we're going to take public comments, and we have 3 people signed up for that. So they'll come up and do their comment, and then we'll open it back up for conversation and discussion to the board. Sada, did you want to ask something now?
Susan, there were a couple of areas that I wanted some clarification. Number one is that you were suggesting that there are some community colleges who are already grandfathered. Is that a large number?
Grandfathered as far as offering bachelor's degrees, we have 3. We have Midland College, Brazosport College, and South Texas College are the 3 that have been offering bachelor's degrees since, I look at Rex, he was at Midland when they started.
Since about 2006.
They were authorized in 2003.
But a lot of them began their degree programs in 2005, 2006. I mean, part of the SACS process itself is a minimum of a year just to get through that process of a level change.
And the originating legislation authorized the colleges to offer up to how many degrees?
Up to 5.
Up to 5. And right now, South Texas College offers
4.
4.
Midland has 1, and Brazosport has 1.
That's important because it suggests that the process is sufficiently complicated in and of itself that there's no evidence we're going to have a flood of proposals for baccalaureate programs from community colleges.
Right.
None of these schools have reached their maximum.
They really think
that's significant.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
And the other area that I needed some clarification, that you suggested that there are 3 institutions already offering the nursing courses up to BAT degrees, and they have to go?
Not the nursing. They are authorized to award Bachelors of Applied Technology.
I see.
So the legislation would have to change before they would be able to offer the BSN.
So are these 3 institutions asking for that change?
They are supportive of the change in opening up the legislation, but they're not asking. They have not submitted any type of proposal at this point.
So we don't have to include that in this recommendations to the legislative body, since they have not asked us.
Well, that was part of the recommendations for the study would be to have the institutions offer the RN to BSN.
Right.
Under, like I said, under those criteria.
Good. All right.
Are there other states that have moved to this that we can look to? Hasn't Florida?
Florida and Washington State have done a lot of that. And I'm going to ask Charles to come up here. Raymond actually studied that a great deal.
I know we've covered this before, but I just want to lift it up.
Certainly. I do it off the top of my head, so I hope I get all the facts right. As Susan said, Florida and Washington are the two states in the country that are farthest out front. But actually I think about 17 states have authorized community colleges, but in the other 15, it's generally only a handful that have done it. Washington has taken a relatively limited pathway. They've kind of constrained the community colleges to focus on fields that their public universities do not offer at all. So they pretty much don't let the community colleges offer a topic if it's offered in the university. Whereas in Florida, they've taken a really wide open approach, and over about the 10 years that Florida has had this authorization, progressively, starting from a few, almost all of their community colleges in Florida have now received authorization and gone through the level change process. So there are quite a lot of bachelor's programs at community colleges in Florida. If I'm remembering off the top of my head, I think it's about 160 programs, but it actually accounts, even at that level of expansion, only accounts for something like 6% of the community college's enrollment. So there have been a lot of programs offered, but they're not necessarily very large programs. It's not the bulk of the activity.
That wouldn't seem it would be very cost effective.
Yeah, I think that's a real concern. And I think we mentioned that in the report, that may not be. They have a lot of programs that have cohorts of 15 and 20 students a year. I don't think that would be a very productive direction to go. I think it's important that there be a critical mass, and that's actually one of the top criteria that you have for approving a program. So I think it's very important. We will work with the staff, obviously, very closely on this, and one of the things we talked a lot about is in the field, like, for instance, fire science management, which we find there is a demand, but it is a small demand, of course. It's not a huge career field, but there, and so we thought it was important that the state consider a coordinated statewide process in fields like that, so that you could pick or advise institutions to really meet the statewide need, rather than allowing a kind of free bottom-up process where you might end up with inefficient overcapacity.
Charles.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Charles, how long back Florida started offering this BS degrees with the community colleges?
I think it's a little more than 10 years ago.
I think that's accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah. And what's happened there, what's interesting is they didn't have 26 community colleges come in on day one and say, we want to offer this. Every year, they've had 2, 3 more that have come forward. And one of the things that they've done in Florida, which is good, I think, is they have encouraged the community colleges to mentor each other through the process. So they've been trying to take advantage of that learning. And that was a recommendation that we also made in the report, was that if you authorize more community colleges in the future, it would be highly desirable to find ways for the colleges to mentor each other and to capture the lessons learned to smooth that process.
Right.
Commissioner.
I was yesterday. I talked about what the staff recommendation on this issue would be with the Council of Chancellors and University Presidents last night, and one of the questions I was asked: what evidence do we have about how this approach works? And the question in Florida came up, and I said that as I read the RAND study, I said it's very difficult to draw any general conclusions. Some community colleges in Florida have done very well with baccalaureate programs. Others have not done so well. I also pointed out that Florida is a very distinctive higher educational environment, because 15 years ago, all the growth was was in the southern part of the state, in the greater Miami area, and the two big public universities were in the north, in Tallahassee and in Gainesville, and so there was an urgent need to expand baccalaureate offerings in South Florida, and as I understand it, that's the way this all began with Miami-Dade, which is now the largest institution of higher education in the country. And it seemed to me that as I read the report, the one conclusion that occurred to me over and over again was, if you're going to do this, do it slowly, do it in a measured way, get proof of concept, whatever the approach is, before you start expanding. So do you think that's a fair reading of your report?
Yes, I think it is. And if I could just say for a minute, the evidence is very ambiguous on graduate success. But what we did receive from Florida, they've done a graduate tracking study of wages after graduation. And the report shows that the community college bachelor's graduates have higher average wages in the labor market than similar field graduates from universities. But that's simply comparing the average to the average. And we know that the community college population very likely were employed prior to earning their bachelor's degree, and they are older and more experienced as workers. So it's not necessary, you can't necessarily infer that that's a signal of quality, but I find it at least reassuring, the fact that those wages are in fact higher than the fresh graduates from the university. That suggests to me that they're doing something that's probably useful in the labor market. We can't know whether it would be better if those students had gone to university. A lot of the community colleges argue that they're going to expand the market for bachelor's degrees. It's not the case that they're going to take students away from the university. I think that's very important. I think there are reasons for both. And what we've heard in Florida is the community colleges offers bachelor's in education, and we were told that that has really taken away enrollments from the universities, and universities are very unhappy about that because it's a direct competition, and instead of doing lower division at the community college and then transferring to a partnering university, the student says, well, I don't need to transfer. I'm already here. This college is authorized to offer the degree. I'm just going to stay. And so I would recommend some caution about approving community colleges that are in direct head-to-head competition, particularly with a university that's in the same geographic region where the student could clearly go.
Makes sense.
I've of course, wasn't involved in the committee proceedings, and so I'm catching up on this. But I've heard from leaders in higher education whose opinions I really respect and who are opposed to this. And Ms. Brown, you've got in the packet letters from people. But could I ask you to maybe read into the record some of the letters in opposition you got from some of our higher education leaders? Not the whole, but who wrote in opposition?
Okay. Sam Houston State, Sul Ross Rio Grande, the University of Texas at Dallas actually wrote in support of offering the BAT at the community colleges. Texas Tech, University Health Science Center, Texas Lutheran, let's see, University of Texas System, they compiled all of theirs and sent in one opposing. Texas A&M University System did the same thing. The University of North Texas System and TWU.
And good. And then I'd ask the commissioner. Wasn't there a meeting maybe of the university presidents and chancellors, of telephone conference or something where they discussed this? Are anybody here aware of that?
I'm not surprised, but we weren't informed about it.
We're not informed of it.
Well, you were talking about a phone conversation that you had. What was that?
No, I actually made a presentation to the Council of Chancellors and Presidents last evening.
Last evening? Okay.
Yes.
I will say that most of the opposition from the universities was directed at the nursing, in the nursing area, not necessarily in the applied technology. And as I said, University of Texas at Dallas actually wrote a letter in support of the applied baccalaureates, applied science baccalaureates.
Okay, we have testimony.
Okay, we have 3 people registered to provide public testimony. Mrs. Nancy Gonzalez, who is the Student Success Specialist in the Division of Math and Science from South Texas College. Ms. Elvira Alonso, representing the City of McAllen. And Mr. Jorge Luis Gonzalez from Hidalgo County Appraisal District. If each of y'all will come forward, and while they're coming up, public testimony works where each speaker will have 3 minutes. We will hold up a sign over here. We'll hold up a sheet when you have 1 minute left, and then again with 30 seconds. So we'll give you a little warning as that comes. But welcome, and thank you for being here, and we appreciate your input. So I'll let y'all decide who wants to go first.
We decided back there.
I was hoping you had.
I was voted on, so.
Great.
Anyway, thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking you, the board, for giving us this opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank our South Texas College president, Dr. Reed. Her persistence in modeling and providing educational programs in response to the need in our industry, in our region, is commendable, and that's the reason why we're here. I am the Deputy Director of Public Works for the City of McAllen. I have been there 31 years. With the education of a high school education, I was limited. I hit the ceiling. I was told, Elvira, you can't grow anymore unless you get a degree. That is it. You don't have an option. So I was very grateful at the fact that they were very honest and upfront and told me the truth. It was something within my control. They weren't asking me to grow another ear, chop a leg or anything. So I said, is that all I need? Good. So then I went and got my degree. I was a full-time employee, a wife, a mother, a coach for my daughter's volleyball team. And so I did a lot of research to find out what the best option for me at the time would benefit me and my family. And so I learned that after a lot of research from various universities, I learned that South Texas College was comparable to others, was my best option. It provided me quality education, quality professors, and more importantly, at an affordable price. It offered me many courses via internet, online courses, making it easy for me to efficiently manage my time. I know there's been talk about the online courses, yes and no. For me, it was extremely beneficial, again, in my position. South Texas College offered flexibility, allowed me to save money and save time. The affordable cost did not require me to go out and get a loan. The price of an education at South Texas College is only $12,000 a year. It's accessible. The flexible schedules, the night classes, provided me a huge opportunity for quality education. The professors there have doctorate degrees. They teach classes at a 6-to-1 ratio, so you get very, very much hands-on quality information. The degree afforded me the opportunity to excel, to be promoted to the position that I currently have, with a responsibility of $28 million in budget and over 250 employees. In this position, I'm able to be an example to those that do not have the opportunity for a formal university education, and therefore I'm very, very grateful. Over 50% of our region and our population receives some type of government assistance, so that conveys the need for affordable and effective education. An educated community leads to positive economic impacts. I personally thank you for providing me with the priceless opportunity of an education and a better way of life for my family, and being an example for many. Thank you very much. And I want to remind you that that you have in your hands the opportunity to make the same for others.
Thank you, Ms. Alonso.
Thank
you. Go on.
Great.
Ms. Alonso, you said $12,000 a year?
Yes.
May I interject on that? Mr. Chairman, it's $12,000 total cost.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's
We were testing you.
He's sharp.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Gonzalez, I think you're next, and I'll give you the 1 minute signal, and then I'll give you a 30-second deal because
Thank you.
it's over there on the side. But
Thank
go
you
ahead,
very
please.
much, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate having y'all letting us be here and speak this morning. I work for the Hidalgo County Appraisal District. Some of you may know our county is the 8th largest county in the state of Texas. We have almost 1 million people in our county already. As far as the appraisal district is concerned, we have over 330,000 parcels that we assess at our county. And somebody mentioned $2.5 billion as far as the starting point to be able to start a bachelor's degree. So I texted our office, and they told me that we just certified over $35 billion in market value. Those of you that don't know where Hidalgo County is, we're close to the border where you've been seeing a lot of us come out on TV, unfortunately for other reasons. But that leads me into the fact that we are an underserved population of individuals down there. We have the university now, the UTRGV, that's barely coming on board, and the community college. My story is I come from a family of immigrants, which we have a lot of people down there that serve the same have the same type of lifestyle. Somebody mentioned earlier this morning that life gets in the way. I like to see it as life happens more than anything. You go to high school, you finish high school, you intend to go to college, then you get married, you get a mortgage, you get a full-time job, things just happen. For me, the opportunity was, as Ms. Alonso was saying, doing the research, because in order for me to move up to my managerial position, I needed a degree. Did comparative analysis, and bottom line, unfortunately, is cost. I couldn't get any more. I couldn't get any loans because of where I was at. So for me, it was feasible to go ahead and go through STC because I was going to get a bachelor's degree, and come to find out during the process that not only was the cost the reason for it, but it offers help for non-traditional students. It's accessible, as Ms. Alonso was saying. It offers an easy transition into your job. Graduate success, because we've been working in the workforce for such a long time, is actually easier for the transition because of its applied nature. So that in itself, in a nutshell, is something that I'm here to promote, and I thank you all for having us here this morning.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes,
appreciate it. Question?
You work for the appraisal district.
Yes, sir.
How do the taxpayers feel about increased costs in property taxes to support these programs?
Well, we just finished passing a bond election that STC actually promoted, and it was overwhelmingly passed. So that in itself tells you, I guess, the support that the local community has for the institution.
That's a statement.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Nancy Gonzalez, and I completed my associate degrees, 2 associate degrees of technology management at South Texas College. After I graduated from STC in 2001, I inquired through the different universities to see if I could fulfill my baccalaureate degree. And I realized that I was going to lose 45 credit hours. I would basically need to start again to finish my bachelor degree. At that point, I realized that South Texas College was working on getting accredited to offer a bachelor degree. I waited on them 3 years to get in that program because I just didn't have the money to pay for a bachelor degree elsewhere. When I was admitted at the bachelor program, I started taking classes, and I felt that I had the best quality type of education. When I graduated in 2009, I immediately entered into a graduate program. I finished my master's degree in business administration, and there is where inevitably you compare your education from one to the other. And I want to say it was a seamless transition from the education I received at STC to what I received later with my MBA. The foundation that I received, the foundation courses I received at STC were impeccable. I want to not only thank you for that opportunity, because I want to see if it is in your hands to offer this same opportunity I received to these other new students. The market is out there. The market is out there, and the research will show the students really do need your support. I was the first one to graduate from college, and I feel as a role model to my family, and I decided to give back to STC. By becoming part of their staff. I've been with them for 10 years. And students, when they come in, the first thing they look at is my wall and say, wow, you have a bachelor from STC too? I do. And they ask more questions about this program. So thank you very much for allowing STC to offer now their fourth, and hopefully we'll get to the 5 and more. And please do consider this opportunity for other students to translate this bachelor degree into a better quality of life for them as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the members? All right, to each of y'all, thank you for taking the time to be here. Appreciate it. All right, so now we can discuss the matter at hand. If Susan and Rex would come back up to be available for any additional questions. Charles, thank you.
I hope it's not presumptuous. I saved time by coming up.
Yeah, because inevitably we'd ask you to come out. You had the name tag already too, so thank you, Charles. Preparedness is a good thing. All right, so members, discussion, questions? Raymond?
Bobby, I'd like to provide board members a little bit of context. As you've heard, community colleges, these 3 community colleges were authorized to offer baccalaureate degrees in 2003. It took them 3 or 4 years to get up to the point where they could do that. I can tell you that as commissioner, I have been very, very wary about expanding baccalaureate degrees in community colleges too quickly. I kept saying we need to evaluate the existing programs. We need to look at their impact. Those of you that are familiar with South Texas College know that South Texas College is, 6-7 miles away from UT Pan American? And I think it's down the same street and then you make a right turn. I wanted to make sure that we had data on how these programs were working, what the quality was, what the response from the community was in terms of the marketability of the degrees. And I have not heard anything negative about these programs. They've been expanded not only at South Texas College, but the other 2 institutions in a measured way. We worked very closely with RAND to make sure we had answers to all the questions that we knew were going to come up. I remind the board that we took a team of coordinating board staff in January, at the beginning of the year, to Santa Monica to talk to Charles and his other colleagues who worked on this study to make sure that they understood fully how sensitive this question would be, and that we made it very clear that, for example, if Texas goes ahead and expands the authority of community colleges to offer baccalaureate degrees, this is going to have a significant impact on higher education in this country in general. The RAND Corporation took this study so seriously. We not only met with Charles and his colleagues who were actually doing the study, we met with the president of RAND, and we met with the chairman of the board. I think we got an excellent study. We looked at this very closely. I was very gratified when I discovered that virtually all of the public comments that we received about this study and the recommendation that we would make to the board for your approval, that virtually all the comments we received, we had anticipated. And in fact, we had asked RAND to take a look at these issues. I finally came around to believing that there's a niche for community college baccalaureate programs. I think the affordability issue is absolutely critical. And we have to make sure that every person in this state who wants a baccalaureate degree can get one, and that cost should not be a factor in preventing students from achieving that goal. We've come up with what I think are very reasonable, strong conditions under which we would approve baccalaureate degrees. There has to be consultation with universities. There has to be a thorough assessment of workforce needs. We work much more closely with the Texas Workforce Commission today than we did 3-4 years ago, and I think we can get that information and get it accurately. I don't think we're opening the floodgates. We are not education. You heard from Charles that education proved to be a problem in Florida. We're not going to allow community colleges, at least for the foreseeable future, to function in this area precisely because of that issue of competition. These will be programs in which there is a demonstrated need and in which universities have indicated they're not interested in offering degrees. I think I think when this goes to the legislature, there'll be a lot of modification of our recommendations in that process. But I believe the reason this recommendation is being made to you today is because we believe that we can open up opportunity and have adequate controls to make sure that we don't abuse one of our most fundamental responsibilities, the unnecessary duplication of programs in Texas.
Jerry.
I just wanted to, I'm not sure if it was in the report or if it was one of the people who came and talked to the board about it at our committee meeting. But I wanted to get back to like the possibility of having faculty shortages, which I think is a very serious issue. But I believe with everything that I've heard thus far, if we go about this in a very direct and limited approach, which is what our recommendations are, that hopefully there won't be very many faculty shortages to begin with, and that as programs expand, especially like in the RN, those community colleges will be able to grow their own faculty from their own graduates, because that is a very big step. If you finish your bachelor's degree and you're in $30,000 worth of debt, you're much more likely to go to the workforce to try to pay that off. Whereas if you're finishing with much less from a community college, you're much more likely to be open to the possibility of going on and getting your PhD, which will then mitigate the faculty shortage of expanding these programs more. So I think the limited direct approach will be very good, and community colleges will be able to grow their own faculty. And I really think that the differences in the types of students that go to a community colleges versus a four-year university will limit really the competition between those programs. I think it's great to not have the duplication, but really the students that are going to most benefit from this are working students who have families, who are really settled in one area and can't get up and go to a four-year institution like most students who normally do. So I don't believe there'll be very much competition as far as universities versus community colleges for the students. I think we're just opening up bachelor's degrees to students who can otherwise not get them.
Thank you. Sara?
You know, the thing that I'm hearing is that 17 states have already authorized community colleges, and 2 have successfully executed. So it's not something like you open a mall with 10,000 clients and 100 stores will just show up. This is not going to happen that way, because it's almost like half generation it has taken. I truly believe that Florida has been working on this for more than 10 years, because I've been hearing about Miami-Dade College for I don't know how many years.
Yeah, longer than that. Yeah.
Long years, many years. So it is a generational issue where you have to build your own capacities and resources, like Jerry is suggesting, and it is not going to open. You give authorize tomorrow, and then day after tomorrow you will have a mall, and there will be a line of stores and clients. It's not going to happen that way. It is a very large capacity building requirement and the resources requirement. So I think taking someone out of business is not going to happen. I don't think anybody should be worried about that.
John?
I think that I'm unique, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, but am I the only one on the board that served on a community college board? Well, I served 5 years on the board of, then it was called the San Antonio Community College District. Today it's called Alamo Colleges. I have a pretty good idea of what the community colleges are supposed to do. To be honest with you, I would rather just submit the RAND report to the legislature with no recommendations. But I'm looking at the act and quoting from it. It says, not later than August 1st, 2014, the coordinating board shall submit to each legislative standing committee with primary jurisdiction over higher education the results of its study under this section and recommendations for legislative or other actions. So we have to make the recommendations. We heard earlier from a very articulate young man, Jacob Wong, who happens to go to SAC, San Antonio College, which is part of the community college district that I was part of. And he outlined the myriad responsibilities that community colleges have. And the way I see it, they really have a very specific role in higher education, in the higher education scheme. So that's and Mr. Goldman, I'm borrowing some of your language from the RAND report, but I'm trying to be succinct. I'm just going to say that I'm skeptical that expanded community colleges will continue to fulfill their critical missions of workforce preparation and open enrollment, and that I fear that expansion will lead community colleges and universities to compete with each other for students, state funding, and other limited resources. I know that the commissioner and the staff, that their recommendations are thoughtful, and I appreciate them, but if you're going to force me to vote today, I will vote against this.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Chairman? Okay. Other comments? Discussion?
I move we accept the recommendation.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion or conversation?
I haven't said anything about this, and I've got to tell you guys, I'm really conflicted about this, but here's my reasoning for making the motion or second. I think our staff has been very thoughtful, and I believe that what we've done is set up some parameters around this. I was against the idea of a recommendation, but I know that's part of our charge to do that, and I believe our team here has done a great job of looking at this. We have been talking about this a long time. This is not a knee-jerk reaction, and I think if we'll follow those recommendations, they will change, as we know, as they go forward. But if we'll follow those recommendations, I think we can be successful in implementation.
Agreed. Dora?
I'm going to be abstaining today on that recommendation, and not because I don't want to go one way or the other, but mainly because I feel that since this is my first meeting, I have not had an opportunity to really look into this. I did know it was on the agenda. I looked at it as much as I could, but I know it's sensitive to some of the areas where I come from, so I will be abstaining for that reason.
And understood. Thank you for that. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. And abstentions. Okay. All right, so the motion passes. All right, thank you very much. All right, moving on. Agenda item 7E was on the consent calendar. Agenda item 7F is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board on the study relating to the approval of the annual Closing the Gaps 2015 progress report, including results of the higher education assistance plans, House Bill 2550, 83rd Texas Legislature regular session. Again, Susan Brown, the Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability, will present a summary of the 2014 progress report provided under separate cover. Susan?
Thank you, and I'm going to go through this relatively quickly. I think most of it is things that you've already heard, so that's it. The data for participation actually goes through fall 13. Obviously, we don't have the fall 14, so we have 2 years left by the time we get there. This was the first year that we actually took a slight dip in our participation. That was at the community colleges. It was not at the universities. The universities actually increased by about 7,000. The community colleges took a dip. We do believe a lot of that has to do with the workforce, that the students are not coming back in and going back to school like they had been. They're actually finding jobs, which is not all bad. Despite the enrollment decreases, in African Americans, they are still very far above the target. They have the highest participation rate of any ethnic group. They are at 7.6% of the population compared to the goal of 5.7% of the population. Hispanics are at 5.2%. The white population is down to 5.5%. I will say again, and I don't have a slide on that, African American females are the highest. African American males lag by about 10 percentage points behind them. I think the African American females are up around 9%. African American males are at about 6.1%, somewhere in that category. Hispanic enrollment has decelerated. That was the one area where they continued to increase, but that growth rate actually slowed down a little bit. That is the one area that we are not really on target to meet on track to meet our target. We would actually need 77,000 additional Hispanic students, both in fall 14 and fall 15, to reach our target. I find that very unlikely. We can hope. There have been years when we've had that number of increase, but with the economy growing, it's not as likely. Male students, okay, 9.3 and 5.8 on the African American. I did have a slide in there. As you can see, there is a difference in males. There's a drop between the males and the females in every category. We are GD's group P16 have been working on doing some programs to try and help with that, and do some focus groups working with the males to try and get better participation there. Success, 7 of the 10 targets we've met. That's the good news. 3 we haven't. Overall, we're at 243 undergraduate awards. Our target was 210,000, so we are doing very well. Doesn't mean we're doing well enough. We still need to continue. We still need to graduate more students. We still need them to come in and complete. But we are doing well. We've surpassed that target. And the good news is that the growth has been in all areas. It's not all in certificates. It's not all in associate degrees. The growth has been across all 3, the certificates, the associate degrees, and the bachelor's. Doctoral was one that we really haven't focused on a lot because we knew that the institutions were going to focus on that for us. So that's why you don't see a lot of focus on that. We have actually increased, almost doubled the number of doctoral degrees being awarded. African American, this is where the growth has been, and we obviously had a big growth in the independent and career colleges, and part of that was the reporting. Until we implemented the Chapter 7 rules for the proprietary schools, they did not have to report their enrollments to us and their degrees awarded. So we're getting better reporting from those institutions. So this shows actually a better picture of what is actually happening in Texas. And so that is good news. However, our public institutions, public two-year colleges have more than doubled the African American awards since 2000 when we started. Here's the same information for the Hispanic students, and as you can see, for Hispanic students, the public two-year colleges have tripled, universities have more than doubled, and again, the independent and career colleges, and this does reflect like WGU, University of Phoenix, DeVry, some of those. So we've had some large increases. The career and independent and career colleges actually did decrease a little bit between 12 and 13. This is one of the areas, this is the STEM, one of the areas where we have not actually reached our goal. We have made some good progress now in engineering. We've gone from 6,000, awarding 6,000. These are bachelor's, associates, and certificates in engineering, up to 11,000. You heard about the program this morning from University of Houston, which I'm very excited about since that's where my son will be starting this fall. And he is going to be a STEM major, and so I'm really glad to hear that they're doing things to keep him enrolled and get him to graduate, hopefully in 4 years. We all hope. Then we have allied health and nursing, and we have surpassed our goal. You will notice that the target for the first 5 years was flat, and that is because for 7 years prior to this, we had had declining numbers of graduates in nursing and allied health. So our original target was to stem the flow. Just let's go flat. Let's not even hope for increase. We've had a lot of support from the legislature in this. We had the nursing shortage reduction program. We've had loan repayment programs. There has been support for nurses. This also, however, leads to the faculty shortage. So as we've talked about quite a bit today, we need to do more. A lot of the capacity issue at our institutions because of lack of faculty. So as we build that, hopefully we'll get more faculty coming through and be able to expand to the level that we actually need to in the state. Next, we talk about the teacher certification. These are, and they do lag somewhat because by the time you go through college and then you have to go through the certification and then you have to go through federal fingerprinting, and so the numbers don't necessarily show up in it as timely a manner as we would like on both the for the regular initial certification and the math and science certification. So we are very far behind on those targets from what we need. And as the state expands, we're going to need additional certified teachers. Excellence, and the commissioner talked a little bit about a different ranking. Originally, we had talked about U.S. News and World Report and wanting institutions in the top 10. We don't have any that are currently in the top 10. They're close. They're getting there. But as the commissioner said earlier, we do have some that in world rankings. And kind of bleeding over into the next topic about the next higher ed plan, we are looking more internationally. We have a global issues that we need to consider, and so, the national picture is going to be big. Research, the R&D research, and these are research obligations, fell to actually 5.2% from the FY11. We had at one time been 6.2. Now these are obligations, so these are the amount that is awarded, not how much they spent. And as you can see, this slide is a little confusing because in the brown is the 1998, which that was the data that was available in 2000 when we started closing the gaps. And Texas received 5.3% of the obligations, and that was about $800 million. Now we're at 5.2% of the obligations, so our percentage of the obligations have gone down, but the dollars have gone up just because there has been more money put into research. Our actual research expenditures have gone up quite a bit. So this is where we were. I will say, and back on the other slide, because this is 2011, it still doesn't include the National Research Lab that A&M received in 2012. So even though that's old news in Texas, the data hasn't yet hit the national rankings and that sort of thing. So here's the research. Now we're going to talk a little bit about HB 2550. This was a new requirement, and it was required to be included in the progress report for the coordinating board for the closing the gaps, because I think the legislature understood that we do look at closing the gaps. We look at it and we put the information out there, and other people look at it. And so they want the information to be available to everybody. So what we did originally is we did a survey of institutions, because what we're trying to do is figure out how we can help get more African American and Hispanics into higher ed, and especially in the males. One of the things we didn't know is we did not know how many of our institutions were working with high schools. That's something they do on a local level. It was not information we had. So we started out the report by finding out where we're at. We looked at those high schools where the college going rate was lower, was in the bottom part of the college going rates for all the public high schools in the state. We sent that list to the institutions, and we said, okay, who in this list of institutions are you working with, and what other institutions, high schools, are you working with? What other districts are you working with, and what are you doing? So as you look, those high schools that we identified have a college going rate of 21% versus 54% statewide. These are the high schools that need the most. They also have lower persistence rates from those high schools. So the students that go there are either less prepared or financially less likely to be able to continue. So those are some of the things that we've looked at. What we're doing now is we're going back to the institutions, because we did have some of those institutions that nobody is working with. So what we're doing now is we're going back and contacting institutions in their area and say, look, we have these low-performing high schools, and we need somebody to work with them. And talking to our higher ed institutions to get them to go and work with those high schools, and try to get information going forward. Just anecdotally, we had what we call the Pathways group. The regional coordinators come in this earlier this week, and San Jack is doing some very interesting things where they actually have counselors in 14 different high schools in their areas, and they have been working there now for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years now.
Are most of these community colleges?
A lot of them are community colleges. Some of them are universities.
What would you say the ratio would be?
Probably 75% community colleges at least, 25% universities. However, the law is very clear that whatever your local, if you're local in high school and you are the local college there, whether you or whoever is closest, that is who should be working with them. It does not distinguish between community colleges and universities. So, we're going to work with them. We're going to talk to them. We're looking at those high school college going rates, trying to see what we can do. Even though some of our institutions are working with, quite a few institutions in their area, see what we can learn from them, what is working, that sort of thing. And that's the end of that presentation.
All right. Any questions of Susan about the report? We'll need a motion to approve. Chris with the motion and Janelle with the second. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Great. Motion passes. Thank you, Susan. Agenda item 7G was on the consent calendar. And so we will move to agenda item 7H, which is an update on the Texas Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee activities. Dr. David Gardner, Deputy Commissioner, Academic Planning and Policy, Chief Academic Officer, and Susan Brown will provide an update. David?
Thank you. Some of this will be a repeat for those of you that were at the committee meeting, but I'm going to try to go through it quickly. At this point, the committee anticipates having 4 goals. One is an overall state goal, which is similar to what you saw when we started the process. When we started, we're talking about a state goal in terms of 60% of the entire Texas population would have some type of higher education. Upon Larry Faulkner's suggestion, the committee agreed. That's been modified to 60% of the 25 to 34-year-old population. That's a very challenging goal, but it's much more realistic that we can address that. And we consider it a statewide goal because it's possible that the universities and the community colleges could do a very good job of educating the population, increasing the number of individuals in Texas that are well educated, but if the economy is not good, many of those individuals could leave the state. In converse, if the economy is extraordinary and we import a lot of educated individuals from other states, the institutions might not be producing the number of graduates we would like. So we were trying to emphasize that's a state goal. We have to work with the state together to do that. The other three goals are shaping up somewhat like this. And that first goal, the committee at this point has agreed to, though it could be different by the end of the process. The second one relates directly to the institutions in that we actually have more than 500,000 students in 2030 completing a certificate, associate, a bachelor's or master's degree. More than 500,000. It will take that. It's a very challenging goal. The third goal would be related to the workforce. Our first proposal to them didn't work. I won't go into all the reasons for that, which I will share with you individually if you'd like. But what we're going to propose to them in September is that by 2030, all of our degree programs, whether they're English programs, whether they're process technology, have identified marketable skills for their graduates. We think that's very important. We think it's doable. That was discussed some earlier today, and there's a number of things you'd have to do that. The fourth goal that's being proposed and will be discussed at the next meeting on August 19th is related to student costs, specifically that the median student debt burden will not be greater than the median starting salary for our graduates. I had occasion to talk with someone at University of Pennsylvania recently, and she thought that was an incredibly good goal. The committee hasn't entirely agreed to that one yet, but I'd say about a third of them are on board. I mentioned the next meeting is at August 19th, and I just wanted you to know that for each of these committees, we've got two people coming from the outside to talk. One of them will be Sandy Baum, who's a noted national expert on financial aid to students and resources. And we have a tentative agreement from Stan Jones, who's the president of Complete College America, and they have a number of recommendations that the commissioner has mentioned a number of times that if, in fact, those are followed, it's highly likely you can keep the cost of the students down. I did want to mention the meeting. They will meet again on September 10th, and we'll have Mark Schneider from the American Institutes for Research. He's vice president there and a fellow who works a great deal with job market-related issues. And we'll talk about that. And we're confirming we think that the Dean of Liberal Arts from the University of Texas at Austin will talk about the liberal arts in the context of the workforce and how they work to make sure their graduates are marketable. Then one final speaker we've confirmed for the October 9th meeting. That's as far ahead as we've gone. Suzanne Mettler, who's from Syracuse University and published a book called Degrees of Inequality, How Higher Education Politics Have sort of sabotaged the American dream. And it's gotten a lot of attention. I know that Sandy Baum, who will be here at our next meeting, doesn't totally agree with her work. It's a shame we couldn't get them at the same meeting, but we try to get together different views coming to this meeting. So that's a summary of where we are. I'm hopeful we'll be in a position, we have to talk to the chair and vice chair of the committee and the commissioner, that it might be time at our October meeting for the chair and vice chair of the committee to come and speak with you and tell you where they are at that point. And we're anticipating that it was probably a good idea at our governing board conference in November to feature their work and bring in appropriate speakers. That concludes my report.
Any questions, John?
Doctor, one of them you addressed, which is I think it would be a good idea if we could get the chairman and vice chairman to come to our October meeting. I hope you'll do that because it's good for us to stay in touch with what they're doing.
I think it's important. I think they'll agree to that. It's a matter of schedule, but I would be surprised if at least one of them wouldn't be able to attend.
And then what I wanted to ask you about, I don't have it in front of me, but the legislature sort of created a parallel commission.
Correct.
Am I remembering right? It's called the 2036, right? Because it's tied in with 1836. What's the status of that? I noticed a while back the governor made 2 appointments to it, but is anything going on with that commission?
that's the last I've heard of it. I'm not sure if Linda, or we haven't heard anything further. I can tell you that when we established Closing the Gaps, the Lieutenant Governor, who was then Rick Perry, instituted a group right after our board decided to develop a new plan called the 21st Century Commission, and we worked very closely with them in that development. I am assuming we would do the same. I think the board is likely to have a plan in place before that happens. Their time horizon is longer than this plan. And I believe I've gotten, I think the commissioner and at least one other person from the chairman will be appointed to that group when they begin. So there will be a direct, that's right. That's right. So there will be a direct link to them. But I'm hoping that if we do our work well enough, that it will be a good basis for them to do their work. And they, of course, could come to some different conclusions, and we'd have to coordinate. But I think
on your schedule, when does this group wrap? Or when will we wrap up the work on this?
We believe we need to have it wrapped up by July 2015. We hope to have at least a basic draft available by the end of the fall, which can be circulated to everyone. Have plenty of time for input from everyone in place before you make a final decision in July. So that would give you at least 6 months to have additional input. And I will remind you that all our meetings are on the web. They're also archived, so I would encourage you to go back and look at those, or to look at some of our speakers in particular, because I think we have some very good speakers coming and sharing with the group from all over the country.
Mr. Chairman, I assume you haven't heard anything on it either?
I have not.
Good.
I want to say, Mr. Steen, one of the things we've been sensitive to is that we know that we're going to have a new governor. We want to make sure that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves and have a completed plan that we plop on the governor's desk and say, well, I hope you will support this. We want to make sure that when the new governor is elected, that we will have opportunity for input. There's some question about leadership for higher education in the legislature. The chairman of the House committee, of course, is not returning, so we need to find out who will replace him and talk to that person about our plan. And we hear different stories about what's likely to happen in the Senate. So we know that we have to take a measured approach and give the new leadership of the state an opportunity to weigh in with their vision for higher education.
Good, thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Agenda item 7I is a report on facility projects that were submitted to the coordinating board. Susan Brown is available to answer any questions that are in your packet.
Okay, this is a common, at this point now, kind of a common format. You do have more information on the two projects that did not meet standards, and we will be sending that information, basically the briefing sheet with a letter saying these did not meet and why they didn't meet, to the appropriate legislative bodies as required in SB 215.
We're all looking through our books to find the list.
It is agenda 7I, agenda item 7I. It's not a separate.
So I'll throw this out here for Dr. Tesher, who reminds us that we have never approved the University of Texas Medical School and has never been brought to the coordinating board unless I missed it.
You didn't miss it?
Just wondering how all that happens.
We unfortunately I had to cancel the meeting for personal reasons, but I had a meeting scheduled with President Powers and Provost Fenves to talk about a variety of issues, including that. But my understanding is they're still some time away from actually submitting the programs for approval.
Commissioner, my understanding is we have now received proposals for both medical schools just in the last few days.
Okay.
So that's news I just learned myself.
I'll send Dr. Tesher a text real quick.
Even though Red River's already closed, right?
They are starting.
Yeah, streets. That's. Anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, thank you, Susan. Agenda item 7J is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to the coordinating board's legislative agenda for the 84th Texas Legislature. Linda Battles, Associate Commissioner, Chief of Staff, and Lizette Montiel, Interim Director for External Relations, will provide an overview and be available to answer any questions. Linda?
Good morning, and almost time for lunch, so we're going to try and get through this pretty quickly. You're getting a handout right now that updates the legislative recommendations packet that you received 2 weeks ago. Obviously, we did not know how you were going to vote on the community college issue, so we wanted to make sure that we incorporated that into the packet, so that's why you're just now getting it. But I do want to highlight a few other additions that we have made to that packet since the version that you received. We made 3 other changes. One is that we added, if you want to go to the second page of the packet, and it has the summary, we added number 8 relating to an institution's continued eligibility in the T-STEM scholarship program. And we're recommending it under Tier 2, which is a programmatic change. And we'll go into a little more detail about this proposal later in our presentation. The other one that we added is recommendation number 12, relating to the authorization of the coordinating board to serve as a portal for the state authorization reciprocity agreement. And again, we'll go over that with you later. One other one that we removed from the list was a recommendation related to the Lamar State Colleges and the technical colleges getting back into the Texas Grant Program. And those institutions have asked us at this time to go ahead and remove that recommendation at this time. We're going to look at what's going on with the Negotiated Rulemaking Committee on Texas Educational Opportunity Grant to see how they develop that allocation methodology, to see if they can address some of the concerns because they got fewer dollars under the Texas Education Opportunity Grant Program than they would have under the Texas Grant Program. So we're going to work with them, and if it's something that they want to come back and we want to include in this document, we'll come back to you in October for your approval to do that. So for those of you who were on the board a couple of years ago, you'll notice that we have significantly fewer legislative recommendations this time around. We're recommending 12 versus 29 that we recommended last session. And the primary reason for that is because over the last couple of sessions, we have recommended and the legislature has implemented several significant reforms in higher education, specifically related to state financial aid, expanding graduate medical education, improving developmental education. We also saw significant changes in our Sunset Bill. What we want to do is let those changes become effective, and let's see what the results are as a result of those changes, and then we'll evaluate to see whether or not we need to recommend additional changes. So the way that we have categorized the recommendations are into 3 tiers. And let me just be clear that we're not referring to Tier 1 as the definition that higher education commonly refers to as flagship institutions. Tier 1 recommendations represent the board's major priorities. And because of these are significant recommendations that have a statewide impact affecting our institutions and our students, we believe that we need the board's engagement in conveying the importance of these to the members of the legislature. So we'll be asking for your help on that front. Tier 2 recommendations represent programmatic changes, and while we don't believe that these necessarily rise to the level of the board engagement, we do believe that these are very important and obviously have a statewide impact. And then finally, Tier 3 recommendations represent statutory cleanups and efficiencies, again, very important to agency staff in terms of our operations, but also for institutions of higher education. So our number one recommendation under Tier 1 is outcomes-based funding for universities. As you know, the legislature implemented outcomes-based funding for community and technical colleges last session, but there was not sufficient support to do it for the universities. For the benefit of our new board members, the board is charged with making formula funding recommendations to the legislature every 2 years. And we have formula advisory committees that represent the 3 sectors of higher education that come together. They have representatives from those institutions come together and they develop some recommendations to the board. We had a general academic institution formula advisory committee comprised of representatives from the public universities that came up with a model for outcomes-based funding, which is here on this slide, that came to the board in April, and this board did adopt that model. The model does recommend a $235 million pool of funds to be allocated to the universities based on student outcomes. The funding would be above and addition to the enrollment-based formulas and would be funded after the enrollment-based formulas were funded. So on this chart, again, you can see what those amounts are. The model would also be phased in over 3 biennia with a 0.5% hold harmless in the first biennium, and then a 1% hold harmless in the second biennium, and finally fully implemented in the third biennium without any hold harmless. On this slide, you'll see the metrics that they recommended and the board adopted, and they're nearly identical to the metrics that this board recommended last session, with the exception of 2, the critical fields and the cost to degree. And the advisory committee essentially felt that these weren't a good fit with the revised model. What is significantly different is the fact that the model allows institutions to individually weight the metrics for their institution to take into account their mission and their student characteristics. Any questions on outcomes-based funding? Moving on to our second recommendation under Tier 1, obviously, you just voted on this in Agenda Item 7D, authorizing certain baccalaureate degrees at certain community colleges based on certain conditions. So I'm not going to go through this again, but we are recommending that it be placed as number 2 under Tier 1 recommendations. Tier 3 is supporting the authorization of tuition revenue bonds.
Tier 1 still.
I'm sorry, Tier 1, Recommendation 3, is supporting authorization of tuition revenue bonds. TRBs are used by universities, health-related institutions, technical colleges, and Lamar State colleges to finance capital projects. And the bond funding is obtained by the institutions by pledging tuition, income from tuition, to be used to service the debt. However, the legislature has traditionally appropriated funding to provide that debt service. While the last time the legislature technically authorized TRBs was in 2009, that was only for 2 hurricane-related capital projects. The last widespread authorization was done 8 years ago for 63 tuition revenue bond authorizations. For the last several biennia, coordinating board staff has received a request from a legislator or sometimes legislators to evaluate the capital projects that the institutions are proposing for authorization. This request typically comes in the fall, and then we notify the institutions to submit their proposals to us, and then our staff, based on a evaluation criteria, will evaluate those proposals and then submit those results to the member who requested the information, typically in January or February. So in anticipation, and this has occurred for several years, I want to say at least the last 10 years, in anticipation of that occurring again, our staff met with our stakeholders, representatives that work on capital projects from the institutions, to get their feedback on how we can tweak the process, the evaluation process. We got really good feedback, and we overall made the process much more objective, and I think that they were pleased with a lot of the changes that we have made, and we're still working with them to finalize that. If we get that request again from a member of the legislature, then we would recommend to you that not only do you support the concept of authorizing tuition revenue bonds, but that you in particularly support those projects that scored scored the highest in our evaluation criteria.
Weren't there? Didn't we tier those last time, and there were like 15 projects?
Yes, we did, and I think we did them, and we did break points in terms of overall cost and what the legislature was talking about in terms of dollars. And Susan, I'm sure, could answer more specifically.
Well, without TRBs, I mean, those will pretty much be on the table again, I'm assuming.
We rated the projects by highly recommended, recommended, and lesser priority. There were 10 in the top, and that was because we had heard a number of, certain number that the legislature wanted to fund, and that was going to be the cut point. So that's why we had ranked them that way.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I just ask a quick question? The whole tuition revenue bonds is kind of a new subject that I was never very familiar with before taking this position. And if the legislature has historically always just paid off the debt, why go through the process of issuing bonds and all that if they're just going to end up paying it off anyways?
Because
you figured this out very quickly.
There's a lot of institutions that would like that too. By making them tuition revenue bonds and not just having them directly, they do not go against the state cap for debt service. And they become debt to the system or to the individual institution. And there was a time back when the budget was extremely tight in I want to say 04, 05, where the legislature did not fund and pay it off totally. I can't remember if they paid the principal or they paid the interest, and the institution had to pay the other part of it. I can't remember which one it was. But it doesn't go against the state debt cap.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Lizette, who's going to talk about very briefly the recommendations under tiers 2 and 3.
Thank you, Linda. I will be going over the tier 2 and tier 3 recommendations, which are no priority order. The first that we have is to develop programs of study and revise fields of study. This recommendation will help improve the transfer of courses and, most importantly, the applicability of courses towards a student major, specifically in career technical education. The next recommendation we have is to revise the statutory provisions of the Top 10% Scholarship Program. We are not proposing to do away with the program, but simply do away with the program as it's outlined in statute. So this program was created in the Appropriations Act in 2007 and through Rider, through the Appropriations Act. And in 2009, the legislature came back and put a different Top 10% Scholarship Program in statute. And that is different than the program we've operated. And we simply are proposing to repeal the statute for the program that was never funded and has never been operated. We'd like to put into statute the specifics of the program that we operate today as authorized through Rider. The third recommendation we have is to include the basic academic skills education definition into the Texas Success Initiative statute. As you know, our new assessment for determining college readiness is able to diagnose students who need adult basic education as well as developmental education. And so a student that scores directly below the developmental education levels, we're classifying as the basic academic skills education population. And so we're simply recommending that this term be included in the statute to allow funding the traditional DevEd funding that goes to this population to also go to this new base population so that institutions are able to serve these students in the best way. The next recommendation we have is to provide flexibility for two-year colleges in packaging the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant. We're simply recommending that this grant program or these financial aid directors have the same flexibility that university directors have in packaging Texas grants. This will allow institutions to reduce the TOG award and maximize federal and other grant aid first to serve students' needs. The next recommendation we have is to allow two-year colleges to continue eligibility in the T-STEM Challenge Scholarship Program. There's data collection timelines and limitations in statute that allow institutions to continue to be eligible for the scholarship. So we are recommending that the data provisions in statute be revisited to be coordinated with the coordinating board's timelines and to basically just align the reporting practices. Our Tier 3 recommendations, the first we have to fix eligibility requirements for the Math and Science Scholars Loan Repayment Program. This program has never been funded. It was created last session. In the event that it is funded in the future, our staff is simply proposing to clean up some inconsistencies in statute to make the program work well in the future. We're also proposing to remove the coordinating board's approval authority for energy savings performance contracts. As you know, we no longer have authority to approve capital projects at institutions, but we still have the statutory responsibility for approving their energy savings performance contracts. And so it's my understanding the State Energy Conservation Office also has authority to approve them. So we're simply recommending that the coordinating board's approval authority be removed and just to eliminate that duplication of effort, basically. The next we have to allow the coordinating board to collect fees for processing certificates of authorization and recognition of accreditors. So due to board rule changes a few years ago and an issuance of these certificates of authorization and to recent federal requirements, our staff has seen a significant influx of these requests from institutions, particularly for-profit career colleges and other out-of-state institutions. So we are basically just recommending that we get the authority to collect fees for certificates of authority in order to meet that demand. The last is one of the new recommendations we recently added is to allow the coordinating board to serve as the portal for the state authorization reciprocity agreement. Texas institutions have to seek authority from other states in order to offer degrees or courses in other states. And so the same is true for institutions in other states that wish to offer courses or programs in Texas. So we are recommending that the coordinating board serve as what we're calling the portal of SARA is the abbreviation, to more efficiently process, help the institutions process this process in other states. So it's my understanding that it's very timely and costly for institutions to go out of state, basically figure out what all the requirements are in every state in order to offer anything there. So this would allow us to participate in the agreement and make it a lot easier for institutions. I believe 7 other states have signed on, and it's expected that 20 will be signed on. 20 other states will be signed on by the end of the fall of 2014. You have any questions?
John?
So I was just going to outline really quickly. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to wait till you're through with your presentation, so proceed.
Oh, I just had some, a few points on next steps. So we will seek authors for these legislative proposals, depending on your approval, and we'll keep you informed as developments happen. Legislators will start pre-filing legislation November 10th, and of course, the first day of session is January 13th.
So your presentation's very well done, and thank you, Ms. Battles, for producing this material and outstanding work. We had a board retreat on this, and I asked this question at the board retreat, and I want to ask it again today. I'm inclined to recommend to the legislature that the coordinating board's authority to approve capital projects and close low-producing programs should be restored. And we discussed that at the retreat, but I'd like to address it again today, and I don't know if that's something you want to answer or the commissioner wants to answer.
I think the commissioner addressed that at the board retreat very well, and I sort of tried to address it in my opening comments where I talked about a lot of changes were made in Senate Bill 215. Now we need to monitor the impact of those changes and really determine whether they were bad changes or good changes. But it's too early to tell at this point, and I think that's what's so important about staff collecting the data on those two issues and reporting out the data so that the legislature is aware, the governing boards are aware of capital projects and low-producing degree programs. We know that the institutions, we have to notify the institutions of those low-producing degree programs and recommend them for closure, but if the governing board does not accept that recommendation, they're required to report them in their legislative appropriations request, essentially to give the legislature that information so that they can decide what to do with that information. Commissioner, did you want to add anything?
No, you expressed what I would have said very well.
Battles, what sort of data are you talking about? What data would be collected that would be relevant?
I'm going to ask Susan Brown to come up to talk about the facilities, and if Rex or Stacy is around to talk about the low-producing degree programs.
While they're coming up here, Mr. Steen, I really think that we need to see if this process can work. I can see where simply maintaining the data and reporting to the boards might in fact be a stronger way to deal with these issues than us having the authority. It would inform the boards about maintaining oversight over low-producing programs in a way that they haven't done before because we had the authority. I think that that's the best place to make these decisions, and if we gather the data and we report in an articulate way to the boards about low-producing programs and their facilities programs as well, I think that might work just fine.
And I agree. What we will, when you ask the question about what type of data, part of what you looked at or was reported to you today included a briefing sheet on those projects that did not meet our standards. So we will be sending that information to the legislature that they didn't meet standards and why they don't meet standards. We will also we do a follow-up tracking report so that we look at their report and say, okay, this is what they told us they were going to build and how much it would cost and that sort of thing. And then we get final numbers once that report, that building is completed or whatever, if it's a renovation project, how much that renovation project. So we'll be able to look at variances. So are they submitting things for review that meet all the standards and then turn around and building something totally different? We will have that information to be able to provide to the legislature. So there's that type of thing. There's also, we do a space model. There's other things that we do that can inform, how well are they using their space, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and as far as low-producing reports go, as noted, we are still required to notify institutions of low-producing, and there's two criteria for that. One is that they have fallen below a certain average over a 5-year period, and in the reports that we just ran the data on, there are 70 programs statewide that fall into that category, but to be actually sort of recognized as low producing, they also have to have 3 consecutive years falling below that average as well. And there are 7 programs statewide that fall into that category this year. And as I've noted before, while we approve a lot of programs, there are also a lot of programs that come to us on a routine basis for closure and phase out. And so I think in a lot of ways this does put this back in the hands of the institutions and their respective boards of trustees or boards of regents to make the decisions about the programs. And sometimes, even though they may be low producing, there may be particularly good reasons for keeping them that the institutions are aware of.
Well, I think these were important responsibilities that we had. I think they should be restored. Of course, I'm a new board member, so I don't have the benefit for what went on this last legislative session. And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belabor it, but if I were putting this together, I would include that in my legislative program.
Any other comments? Need a motion?
I move to accept the proposal and look forward to January.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, state.
I want to just mention that earlier I opposed the expansion of the community college baccalaureate programs, and so I don't want to be inconsistent, but the way I'm thinking this through, Mr. Francis, that I voted on that, but now it's the majority of the board that says we want to recommend this. So I don't feel like I'm being inconsistent by voting for this package. Good, okay.
Good, thank you. All right, so once again, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the CAP portion of the meeting.
Your 17 minutes.
I know. I apologize. I apologize. I will make it up to you.
The board will now break for lunch. While a quorum will be present, no public business or public policy over which this board has supervision or control will be discussed. We intend to reconvene at approximately, what do you want to take, half an hour? About 10 of 1. Is that okay with everyone?
An announcement. This is the committee matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. On Monday, July 14, 2014, the Developmental and Adult Education Unit of the P through 16 Division hosted the Advisor Counselor Summer Institute. Attendees included 200 counselors, advisors, and administrators from the 48 two-year community and technical colleges, 19 four-year institutions, and 2 community organizations. The purpose of the meeting was to provide a venue for academic advisor and or career counselors to collectively problem-solve common challenges in implementing the requirements of the TSI, to share best or promising practices, and to determine new strategies that support a holistic approach to academic and career advising. Attendees reported that the meeting was very informative and that they appreciated having the opportunity to network with colleagues and to share promising practices. So we'll begin with agenda item 9B, public testimony. Is there any available? None. So item 9C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the implementation of the 60 semester credit hour limit for associate degrees. Rex.
Well, thank you. As you may recall, the last legislative session passed a statute requiring that associate degrees not exceed 60 semester credit hours unless they can come forward with a compelling academic reason to be approved, to be vetted by and then approved by the coordinating board. And we're in that process. That law takes effect in fall of 2015. So we're in the process now of having institutions submit their degree programs and make a request if they think they have a compelling academic reason for more than 60 hours. Part of that process was to ask the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee for some feedback and input on what they thought might be compelling academic reasons, and the kind of criteria that coordinating board staff should look at in making those decisions. And what you have in front of you is their report to the coordinating board staff and to the coordinating board about the kind of criteria that should be looked at. And I should point out to you that I think everything that the UAC committee considered and discussed and has put forward are also things that coordinating board staff has also discussed and talked about in terms of using as criteria to make that determination.
Board members, do we have any questions for Dr. Peebles? Yes.
I received a couple of letters. I'm sure the other board members. Isn't there some accreditation issues or something that they have to stretch that?
There may be, and that's one of the issues that we will look at. Although I've received 2 or 3 letters myself from, and I think at least a couple of them are the same ones that you received. And one of the things that I think is noteworthy about those is that accreditation bodies rarely ever make recommendations about semester credit hours. But they do make a lot of recommendations about the kind of competencies that they want and learning outcomes that they want students to exit the programs with. So then it becomes a question of, can you teach those required competencies within 60 hours, or do you need more? But it is one of the issues that we'll look at is accrediting body recommendations. And I've kept a file of all that, and we'll certainly take that into consideration.
There could very easily be compelling reasons in certain circumstances.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So our recommendation today, if we approve this, is exactly what? You're saying that
it really directs the staff to take these criteria that have been outlined by the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee into account when we are making determinations about whether to allow programs to exceed 60 hours or not.
Other questions, discussion?
Need a motion?
Need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Chris and Bobby have moved and seconded. Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Items 9D, E, and F are on the consent calendar. Items 9G, 1 through 8, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Sam Houston State University for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in forensic science. Item 1.
Madam Chairman, I thought that something related to G, maybe I wrote it down wrong, was on the consent agenda.
One of them is. Item 2 is on the consent calendar.
Okay, so we're considering all but item 2.
We're looking at item 1, sorry.
All right.
Okay, thank you. This is a recommendation for Sam Houston State University for a Doctor of Philosophy degree in forensic science. And this is rather unique because it'll actually be the first one in the nation that actually has a doctorate geared specifically toward forensic science. There are other programs nationwide that have an emphasis in forensic science, in chemistry departments and that kind of thing. But this one will actually be directed and devoted solely to the notion of forensic science. And of course, Sam Houston State University has long had a reputation in their master's and bachelor's degree programs in this area. So we think that this would be a good fit for the state of Texas, and indeed there does seem to be growing demand for the kind of expertise that comes out of these kinds of programs.
Puts the national leader really in Texas then.
Yes, ma'am.
So any questions for Dr. Peebles?
You need a motion on each one? So moved.
Okay, you have a motion and a second from Bobby. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. So 9G2 is on the consent calendar. 9G3 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas Tech University for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in educational leadership via distant education. Rex.
Yes. Thank you. Texas Tech already has a Doctor of Education program in this area, and they're seeking to expand it into the PhD area. And of course, the Doctor of Education program is considered a practice program, where the PhD is considered a research program, and it is somewhat unique in that they want to do it by distance education, and as such, the Learning Technologies Advisory Committee also vets all distance education proposals as well, and as you'll note that they have approved of this at their last meeting. Okay. They've approved of this program as well. It's a 60-hour program. I think they're well suited to this and in a good position to have this program themselves.
Might help us with some of the complaints that we heard from the student this morning. Is there any other program like this in Texas?
Yes, there are a couple of other programs. There are 4 face-to-face programs in educational leadership or educational administration, depending on how they're titled, with the same zip code. And there are 14 additional institutions that have the EDD, but there are only 4 other institutions that have the PhD.
Discussion or questions?
Move approval.
Have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Chris. Oh, yes, Jerry.
Just a quick question. I don't know if you know this or wouldn't know this. Is it any cheaper for a student to go through their online program versus going face-to-face?
Offhand, I do not know the answer to that. My suspicion is that it is not. There are a couple of representatives here from Texas Tech that may be able to address that, if you want me to call them up.
That's okay. I was just curious, because I'd hope that would be a little bit cheaper.
Why don't we let them address it? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How many added fees?
Yeah.
Welcome. All right, you've heard our question. Who wants to address cost?
The cost is not any greater. It's not less. We do have a distance fee, but there are other campus-based fees that are not assessed. So it's essentially the same cost.
So it's just the same cost, but because you're charging them differently, though, because of the fees associated with the distance learning.
Say the first part of that again?
So overall, it's the same cost, but it's because you're not charging for some things, but you're having to charge for other things because it's online. Okay.
Is that typical of most of your distant learning courses, that you don't charge for the use of the rec center and the gym and the health center and all of those? That's great.
Oh, sir, I was going to suggest that for the record, you say who you are.
I'm sorry. I'm Scott Ridley. I'm the Dean of the College of Ed, Texas Tech University.
Very good. Thank you. Other questions? We have a motion and a second. Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have item 9G4, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from Texas State University for a Master of Science degree with a major in engineering. Rex.
Okay, this is, as it noted, a request for a Master of Science degree in engineering, and this is a little bit different than the typical engineering degree that you see, in the sense that this is designed to be an interdisciplinary degree built on its existing bachelor's degree programs, and designed to somewhat cut across all the areas of engineering. And one of the things that we've noticed at staff is that a lot of the engineering proposals that are brought forth are actually based on an interdisciplinary design that brings in sometimes not just different areas of engineering, but also other areas as well. And this is one of those that they already have bachelor's degrees programs in engineering, and they want to offer students the ability to get a master's degree there. But it blends several different areas of engineering together. And from the research that we've done, that seems to be somewhat of a growing field, and the demand for those graduates is there.
All right, questions or discussion?
But so this is the only one of its kind?
There are about 6 other degree programs across the state that have that same deal.
Other questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Bobby and Dora seconds. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign? Motion passes. Item 9G5 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in hospitality administration. Rex.
Thank you. And this is another one that is somewhat unique. There is one other institution in Texas that has a doctorate degree in hospitality administration or hospitality management. University of Houston has long had a reputation in the hospitality management or administration field. And in fact, a good friend of my wife's, her daughter is going to be transferring to University of Houston this fall to major in hospitality management. And I told her that, who knows, she may have the opportunity to pursue a PhD someday in that as well. Or go to work for Motel 6, as the case may be. But it is somewhat unique in the sense that it would be the second one in the state of Texas, and really does build on what is considered to be one of the premier hospitality management programs in the United States.
Questions?
Doctor, you said it's the second in the state. Where's the other one?
Texas Tech also has a PhD.
Yeah, I know that University of Houston, this is really a strong area for them. And the only other institution I think about is Cornell that has a strong in the hospitality area.
Yeah. It must be right up there with Texas Tech.
Well, I'm going to, since this Ambassador Cumber was involved with the University of Houston, do you want to make the motion on this?
Go ahead.
No.
Will somebody make it?
Yes. Motion to pass.
Okay. Motion?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 9G6 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in higher education leadership and policy studies.
Thank you. This is another PhD program and another one from University of Houston. So they are interested in expanding a lot. But this is another one of those areas where the student population is growing in Texas at a rather rapid rate, and our ability to keep up with teachers and the adequate training of teachers is difficult. And so these kinds of programs help address the issue of how do we run public education in an efficient and effective manner. And they also have PhDs in educational psychology and master's degrees program in this, so it builds on a pretty strong foundation already. And this is another one of those areas where it seems that the demand for these things and the need for them is pretty strong.
I'd like to point out that the greater Houston area is underserved in terms of public higher education, and particularly at the level of graduate programs. And the University of Houston is an emerging research university. They want to upgrade their research profile, so it makes sense to approve, support their development of doctoral programs, both academic degrees as well as professional degrees.
Absolutely.
Discussion?
Move to approve.
Have a motion?
Second.
A second by Dora. Other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 9G7 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in curriculum and instruction. Rex.
Thank you. I could make the same argument for this degree that I just made for the previous degree, and so could the commissioner, I'm sure. And even maybe more importantly in the area of curriculum instruction, because this is the kind of research that directly impacts what happens in classrooms across the country. And So, again, this is one of those areas where the demand is there and the need for it is pretty strong as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Bobby. Chris made the motion. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 9G8 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston Clear Lake for a Doctor of Education degree with a major in curriculum and instruction.
So
just say ditto.
In some sense, the same degree and the same argument. So maybe I could say ditto to that. The one distinction with this program that I should point out, though, is that it does have a STEM focus in the area of curriculum instruction. So in that sense, then they're going to be focusing a little bit different than their colleagues at the University of Houston will be. So I think it really makes a nice complement for that area.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. No discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 9H through K were on the consent calendar. Items 9L, M, N were on the consent calendar. Items 9O is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the January 2014 annual compliance reports for institutions under a certificate of authorization with names beginning from A through O.
Thank you. This is one of those things that where the coordinating board picked up additional duties over the last couple of years with regard to what are often referred to as Chapter 7 schools, but those are proprietary institutions in Texas. But also this refers also to institutions that have their home outside of the state of Texas and wish to operate inside state of Texas, and they need certificates of authorization to do so, and that's based on accreditation. If an institution is either has a regional accreditation or they have a national accreditation from accrediting bodies recognized by the Department of Education, then they will be recognized by us. But one of the things that we're also charged with is looking at annual reports from these institutions that they have to file with us to make sure that they are still accredited, that they still have the financial kind of viability that they need to operate in Texas, and that they are in compliance with the rules and regulations of the state of Texas. And so there are so many of these that we've divided it into two parts, and so roughly A to O is half, and then in January you'll get the other half of these. But these are annual reports that they can file with us, and then we review those and then deem them to be in a sense and to be in compliance or not. So this is asking for your acceptance of that report.
Any questions?
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Bobby, a second by Chris. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 9P is a report on institutional requests acted on by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. This is an information item only. Are there any questions? You want to tell us anything?
Well,
if you don't, that's fine.
No, I'll just point out to you that this does kind of give you some sense of the work that goes on in my division that doesn't come to you as recommendations. And so the summary of this is that we approved 42 new degree and certificate programs, but also 14 institutions asked for phase-outs, which essentially means that they were either consolidating one program with another program or they were closing a program. So as it mentioned a little bit earlier, the institutions also police themselves, and so they go through some process of program review and what have you, and a lot of that result of that is then they ask us then to go ahead and phase out or close the program as a reporting procedure. And then we issued 22 certificates of authorization, and that's over a 3-month time period. And that is about an average number of certificates of authorization, by the way. So you can see that that's a pretty substantial part of what we do.
Thank you. Item 9Q is consideration of approving the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the use of federal fiscal year 2014 teacher quality grant funds to extend current grants and provide funding to support the continuation activities. Judy Laredo. Nope. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jarrell Booker. I'm not Dr. Judy Laredo. I'm not quite as attractive, but I'm Jarrell Booker, Senior Director of Educator Quality here at the Coordinating Board. This item is basically a continuation of our Title II, Part A, Educator Quality Grants, our federal money. Every year, we have to kind of wait for the feds to get their act together, give us the money. So instead of actually allowing the grants to be 1, 2, 3-year grants, we have to come back year when these things actually show up to actually ask for continuation. So this is our effort to continue into our second year, these 12 grant projects to improve teacher quality in the state.
Any questions? Need a motion.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Chris, second by Bobby. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes the business of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success.
Excellent. Next agenda item is number 10, matters relating to agency operations. This committee is chaired by Chris Huckabee. Chris?
Good afternoon. Agenda item 10A is the committee chair's overview. During the Deputy Commissioner's report yesterday, the following reports were provided to the Agency Operations Committee. Reports included quarterly financial reports, discussion on Board Rule 1.16, contracts for materials and services, and an update on the Be On Time audit report. The committee received several audits and compliance reports from the internal auditor as well. Susan Warren, with the firm of KPMG, presented information related to the audit for the FY13 financials. I'm pleased to report that the auditors issued a clean opinion on the agency's financial statements with no findings, adjustments, or management letters issued. Committee also heard public testimony from Dr. Jude Valdez and Dr. Victor Sines of the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education regarding the Doctoral Loan Incentive Repayment Program. Agenda item 10B is public testimony related to agency operations. I believe we do not have anyone signed up for public testimony. Agenda item 10C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding a resolution authorizing the issuance of State of Texas college student loan bonds in one or more series and delegating to the commissioner the authority for the filing of one or more applications to obtain a portion of the state's allocation for private activity bonds. Dr. Alonzo will present this topic.
Chris,
welcome. Yes, sir.
Before Arturo speaks, I would simply like to remind members of the board that this is Arturo's last board meeting. He will be retiring at the end of August, and I wanted to publicly acknowledge his exceptional service to the coordinating board, and I'm particularly pleased that his last meeting we got a clean external audit, and our LAR is in good shape, and Arturo had primary responsibility for overseeing all these activities. So I wanted to thank him publicly for his service to the coordinating board and to the students of Texas.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for those kind words, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Agency Operations yesterday approved the issuance of the bond in the amount of $82 million to cover loans for FY15. We will be, if the board approves, we will be selling those bonds sometimes in this fall, early winter. The committee also approved application to the Bond Review Board for reservations under the private activity bond limits of $350 million The authorization is good for 3 years. That doesn't mean that we have to use it, but we will apply for it, and if it is needed, we will have that already. So it is, as you know, a very important program that benefits the students of the state of Texas greatly. And so I'll be glad to answer any questions with the recommendation that the board approve the committee's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by John and a second by Dora. Any questions?
Chris? I think the outstanding student loan balance now for the students in the state is what, 1.2?
Our portfolio is about $1.2 billion, yes, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 10D is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board regarding the Coordinating Board's Legislative Appropriations Request, LARs, for the 2016-2017 biennium. Dr. Alonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday at the Agency Operations Committee, I presented and the committee approved the submittal of our Legislative Appropriations Request, LAR, for 2016-2017. There were a couple of changes made by the committee that the committee voted on. Sharon is passing out a revised 2 or 3 page, well, two or three documents, a document with about 2 or 3 different items on there, and I will go over that. Yesterday at the committee meeting, we had a lengthy discussion on, well, I presented the process, how we went about, how we came up with the priorities and so forth. Then you heard testimony, the committee heard testimony, as you have mentioned in your overview there, from 2 members asking the board to support the doctoral incentive loan program, loan repayment program. And the committee approved putting that on our list of exceptional items. More of that in a second. Our LAR is in accordance with the instructions issued by the Office of the Governor and the legislative leadership. It is in the amount of $1.3 billion for the biennium. That is the base for the current biennium, and they ask us to come in at no more than the current base. There is also a request that the committee approved yesterday for exceptional items, consisting of 24 items in the amount of approximately $300 million, right under $300 million. As has been mentioned and mentioned this morning again during the Commissioner's comments, financial aid for needy students continues to be our top priority in asking for additional funding, as it has for the last few years. This year, you also approved the order, the ranking of 3 items that are somewhat unusual for us to put ahead of our programs, but we are, as I have reported to you on several occasions, reaching a critical stage with our IT infrastructure. And so we are asking for 3 items, one that will replace and give us a capital budget to replace computers and equipment that are in bad need of replacement, and 2 for addressing some critical security concerns that have been pointed out to us through the Gardner study that was commissioned by DIR. The committee also voted to add the request, as I mentioned a moment ago, for the doctoral incentive loan repayment program in the amount of $700,000, $350,000 per year, $700,000 for the biennium. And the committee asked that we place that item at rank number 20, above some of the other IT that are not as critical. So what you have before you is a revised listing of the 24 items and a revised explanation, impact statements, if you will, of those 24 items reflecting the change both of the addition of the loan repayment program and the ranking of that program. You also have before you is the colored copy, or the copy with the color columns on it. the schedule of the reductions to the general revenue dedicated, which is 10% of our base as instructed by the governor's office. It totals approximately $130 million. Again, I want to remind the board that this is a schedule that we have been asked, or all state agencies have been asked to submit. It is not a cut to our budget, and we hope that it remains that way. I would be glad to answer any questions or call on somebody to answer them for you.
And I need to restate, I have a typo on my sheet here. I want to restate this agenda item, which is consideration of adopting I said commissioners and should have been the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the coordinating board's legislative appropriations request.
Mr. Huckabee, I'll make the motion. And just one thing I want to emphasize to people that are attending today, or they might be watching this meeting. This is very important, but we've had 2 other meetings on this. We've had the retreat, and then we talked about it extensively yesterday, and both those meetings were open to the public. So if it seems like today we're getting through this pretty quickly, it's because we've had a lot of discussion leading up to today.
And as I point, yes, you're exactly right, Mr. Steen. And as I pointed out yesterday at the Agency Operations Committee, besides the board, which has been, as you noted, very engaged in this process, we have also engaged our other stakeholders throughout the process. So there have been ample opportunity to provide input, and they have, including up to yesterday when we had those presenters.
So I have a motion by John. Can I have a second?
Second.
A second by Dora. Any additional questions or comments? Raymond?
The only comment I wanted to make is to once again reassure the board that I just did a rough calculation. Increases in financial aid account for $200 out of the $300 million.
Yes.
So once again, the priority is entirely student access to higher education.
That's right.
Thanks. Seeing no additional questions or comments?
By the same token, if we had to cut, that's where it has to come out, because that's where the money is.
That's where the money is, that's right.
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 10E is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding a request to extend the contract for the Helm student loan software annual usage and support fees for fiscal year 2015 for a total for the year not to exceed $1,300,000. Dr. Alonso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the board, if it's approved today, we will exercise our 9th option to renew this contract, a contract that was entered into in, I believe, 2006, 2007. This is the program or the software for our loan management, known as HELMS. It is a contract that is based on a fixed fee plus certain percentage points on our portfolio in excess of $850 million. So that's why it makes it so expensive. About a year ago, the board, specifically Mr. Chairman Hahn, asked us to look at alternatives to this contract. You authorized us to go out on a RFA for an RFQ for other software. We are in the midst of negotiations to enhance and replace and lower the cost of our loan management program, but it's going to take, we're asking for authority to have up to $1.3 million if it takes all year. We're hoping that we can negotiate, buy or contract and implement, do the conversion before the year is over, but in order to play it safe, we're saying give us the authority in case it takes all year. So we have also pledged that in October, somebody, not me, but I speak generically here, staff will come back and brief the committee on operations, agency operations on the new contract. So we respectfully ask for your approval.
Questions for Dr. Alonso? Motion by Bobby, second by Janelle. Any other additional questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Agenda item 10F is on the consent calendar. Agenda item 10G is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 21, Subchapter E, Sections 21.123 through 21.125, 21.128A and C, 21.129, and new Section 21.135 of Board Rules concerning the Texas Be On Time Loan Program. Dr. Alonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a supplemental material on this, agenda item X 10G, that the reason, if you recall this morning, this was initially placed on the consent calendar. The reason that we pulled that from the consent calendar is because the form that you have before you, the actual rule before you, there is a section that we had posted for change. There was no comments on it. We could very well have adopted it that way, but that is the section that we feel that, in keeping with the spirit and the letter of Senate Bill 215, we need to get it approved through the negotiated rulemaking process. And that is on section 1.128, which is in the material that you have before you. It has a strike over, because we're not asking you to approve that. As we have reported, we have the first meeting of the negotiated rulemaking committee for this for the Be On Time loans funds for public schools, going to the scheduled on August the 4th. We hope that it will be a quick process, and that we will be able to bring back to you a negotiated rulemaking for the allocation of the funds at the October meeting, or as soon as we can. Lisa explained the changes yesterday. The committee voted for all of those except the one that I just went over, and again, we request board approval on that.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Alonzo?
Second.
I have a motion by John, a second by Dora. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Committee of Agency Operations section of the board agenda.
Oh, Dr. Alonzo, before you leave, I wanted to ask you how. I know we're about the same age, right? What year did you graduate from A&M?
I'm class of 72.
Yeah, so I was not at A&M, but class of 71. How long have you been in state service?
Higher education, I have been 37 years, sir.
37 years.
Wow.
And how long here?
7.5.
7.5. Well, I just, we just had a few months working together. I want to tell you how much I appreciated, getting to know you and interacting with you, and just to thank you for all your years of public service, and also to say I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Good. I believe this concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Wait a minute. I think we need to have a little discussion about this. I know somebody might want to be going off to California.
Slow things down.
Slow it down.
Slow it down. No problem. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. We're adjourned.